Hi, hello there, guys. In this video today, we are going to look at Laravel 10 crash course, which Laravel 10, which was introduced sometimes back. This is the documentation here. So Laravel 10 was introduced sometimes back, and it has now been some few months, maybe one or two, since it was introduced. So this is Laravel 10. Now this is what you're going to be looking at in this tutorial of today. So we're going to be looking at Laravel 10, and also we are going to look at the basics of Laravel 10. So when you come here and click on this link here, you can see here we have the Laravel 10 basics. We shall look at all this, starting from the routing, middleware, CSRF protection controllers, request responses, views, templates, asset bundling, URL generation, validation, error handling, and login. So we're going to be looking at all this. Now, for us to look at all this, we are going to implement this in a blogging system. So we are going to create a blog whereby we are going to implement all this that we'll have learned so far. So this is the blog here that we are going to be looking at. So what this blog has is a few things. One of them is it has a switch theme, of course, and then it has the posts themselves, which are coming from a backend. And of course, this is the backend here. So let me start with the front end. So what we have here is that we have the home, and of course, currently we are at home. We have the switch theme whereby you can switch between the the uh, the dark and the light mode. Of course, when you click again, it takes you back like this. So it has that switch theme. So you're going to learn that switch theme. This switch theme is under the sessions here. It is under the session. So once we reach there, I'll be able to explain to you what a session is and how have we come up with this. How did I come up with switch theme under implementation of session? Now, next is what we have is we have the blog post themselves, which have these nice images there, and also a title and a description. Now, for example, when we click on this chat GPT-4, which is also, I also have this video. If you are new to this channel, you may want to check this video out and look at what are the new features of chat GPT-4, but that's not, uh, okay, so let's continue. Now, what we have here next is is what we call the show blade, and the show blade, of course, it has the ID. This post has an ID of 17. So this post, of course, it has a comment section. It has a comment itself. So somebody can come here and say this is a nice post. So you have something like this, and then you submit this particular comment. Now, when you submit the comment, of course, it will be submitted to this particular post here. So that is something that you're going to be looking at as well. So it's just something simple. There's nothing hard there. And you can see the post also have images, but you're not going to be looking at images since in Laravel Basics, we don't have images, but images are in the digging. When you go in the digging deeper here, you can see we have what we call file storage, and file storage deals with images and so forth. So we're not going to be looking at that, but in a later videos, that is advanced Laravel. We will check on that. Now, so you are the post, you can add a comment to that particular post. What else do we have? So you can go back again, of course, by clicking on the web dev. And so those are the blog posts so far that we have. You can change the theme of this particular website here. Now, next, what we have is the backend, and the backend is whereby you are able to create this particular post here. So what we have here is we have this particular dashboard here, which is made with Jetstream. Maybe I may want to log out so that you can see the Jetstream. So here, when I come to, okay, so let me come here. So just come here and then I come to /login. You can see this is Jetstream. So you can use Jetstream for your authentication for your application. So if you are not familiar with Jetstream, Jetstream is a package within Laravel that enables you to implement authentication within your application. And it is very easy. It comes pre-made, so you have just need to know how to install it, and that's all. And we are going to be looking at how to install it while creating this particular application. So here I just click enter here, and then now it takes me to admin/post, which are all the posts that we have here. So far I only have two because I've used pagination of two, but you can see there are many. So you can edit, for example, a post, whereby it will take you to the edit option, whereby you can come here and edit. For example, you can add some lines there. If you don't want to edit the image, it is okay. Just click update and the post will be updated. Now we have also this, which this is a flash message which appears and then you can see it has disappeared. We shall look at how to make it disappear using Alpine JS. We shall look at that. So what else do you have? You can also delete that particular post there. So once you click delete, the post will have been deleted like that. As well, you can come here and create a new post by clicking on this one, and then you just give a title, how to make a blog like that. You can choose an image that you want. So for example, let me choose okay, let me just choose a random image. Then I have something like this is a post how to make a blog like that, and then you click create and your post will now be created. I believe this post, unless I've placed it on the latest, so you can see now the post has been created, and that's what we have. And then you can see we have the show blade, and that's what we have. Okay guys, so and you can see even the switch theme applies to every place, even when you are creating the theme. Sorry, when you are on the post, when you're on the show blade, you can see it is also applying there. Okay guys, another thing is also the error handling, whereby for example somebody types something that is in your website which is not there. For example, he goes to the domain of your website, he types something that is not there, he's able to be taken to an error page, that is a 404 not found page, for example. uh, that is different exception handler pages that you have kept, that you have implemented. So, and I'm sure you have seen this in most of the websites. So in case he goes to a page, he looks for something that is not in your website, he's taken to this page, which I believe is something that is good that you are able to do. So this one you're also going to look at. It is something called error handling in Laravel, and we are going to look at this as well. So you return home, and that's what we have. Okay, guys, so I know this is not a big project, it's not a big website, but you can see here you can continue by implementing contact form, blog post page, so many things you can do here. So this is just a teaching a website just to teach you on the Laravel basics, which are these ones here. Get to know them. This is very important because basics are always the key thing. So let's get started, guys. Now, the first thing we shall look at is how to install. So let's start by installing Laravel on Windows and Linux. So we shall look at how to install Laravel on Windows and Linux. Now, the first thing is to how to install the Laravel. So this is, let me just come to a new window here. Let me just come to a new window. Let me close this earlier project. So we begin a new fresh one. Okay, um, so let's now get started. Let me go to my terminal here. Um, okay, so I have my XAMPP which is on because I'm using XAMPP. Uh, Let me go to git bash here. Let me take out the PowerShell. This is Windows. Now on the Windows here, let me just quickly navigate to where I need to be. Now I'm on the htdocs, that's where I've navigated to. Now you need to be on the htdocs to install any PHP projects. I believe you're not new to this. So here I want us to install the Laravel in the htdocs, and of course you're going to install the Laravel, the new Laravel. So what you're going to do here, it is also straightforward from the page here. So what you need to do here is just to copy this particular part here, and then come and save it there. So here I'm going to change this to uh, I believe the other, okay, so I'm going to change this to my blog like this. Then my blog, maybe I just write it Laravel 10. I'm sure it's not, it is just a name. You can give it the name that you want to, but yeah, I'm just going to give it to my blog, Laravel 10, and then we are going to get started like that. So I click enter there, and then it should begin installing the Laravel. So let's just wait for it to do that. Now, as it is doing this, you can also install Laravel by using the Composer Global Laravel installer, and then run the Laravel new and then my blog or whichever name you give it to your project. So you just come by running this as the first, and then now you run this as the second. Now this assumes that you have the Composer and the PHP installed on your computer, and I believe we have done this so far. How to install a Composer, you just need to come to their website and then check on how to install the Composer um, within their website, and it is straightforward thing. So you just need to know how to do that, and then you just get started. So you need to have these two installed on your. Now Composer comes, of course, with their own dependencies for PHP. So you just need to come on the download, and then you just click here and then download that Composer. So you need to have it before you come even to before even you run this one as well. Now it has been installed. What I need to do is just to go to where now that folder is, and then I open it. And of course, it should be on the, when I go to open my folder, I just go to softwares, and then within softwares, I have a folder called XAMPP. And then this folder here is what I'm going to look for, like this. And then I'm going to open it. So this should be, I get given it my Laravel. This is my Laravel. See if it will come. Sorry, this is not Laravel, but it's just my blog, which is Laravel 10, and then I select it like that. Okay, so we have Laravel installed here, and just go to my terminal again by clicking Control Shift and then the tilde sign on your keyboard. That is for the Windows users, and then of course I I have Git installed, so I'm using Git Bash. So here it's very simple. Just go to PHP Artisan and then serve. And then, of course, your project will be served on this particular uh, link here. So to access it, you can just come here and type it, just type it like that. And then we have Laravel 10 installed and we are good to go. Now let's look at how to install Laravel in Linux operating system. It's also important we also check that. Okay, so now on the Linux here, so this is what we have on the Linux. So on the Linux here, you just need to open your terminal command by coming here, and then you just click on the terminal command, and then once you click on the terminal, you're already on the terminal itself. So you just need to run some few commands. And when you come to my website, which is webdevtrainee.com, you look for this particular Laravel crash course for beginners. I already have a laid down commands that you'll be able to use. For example, if you don't have PHP installed in your Linux operating system, you just need to run this command. For example, the first command here will install PHP with with its extensions. And of course, here I have already done this, so I already have the PHP with its extensions within my Linux operating system. So I don't need to do that. As well, I also don't need to install the composer because I already have the composer. But once you run this command, it will just install. You don't need to do anything further. Now, once you are done with that, you can come and install Laravel, which of course Laravel 10, which is the latest, by running this command. The global Laravel installer, it will install Laravel for you globally. And then from there, you can now add the composer binary directory to your path environment. In other words, it will just connect you and the PHP together. In other words, it will connect the path environment for your PHP. Now, once you're done with that one, you can just now come and uh, run this command. Now, for example, here I need to come where I need to come to the Linux. So on the Linux here, I have this, and I think I had already installed this. So what I'll do here is that I'll have something like this. So I'll have just my blog, and then here I'll have the Laravel 10 again. So remember, I've already installed all this before, and then once that is done, I just click enter, and of course it will begin installing the Laravel for me. So this is what I have. So guys, this is what we have so far. So this will install the Laravel, and then the last thing you need to do, of course, is to run this project by cding into this. And then, of course, if you're having a VS Code installed on your Linux, you're just going to run the code and then dot sign, and then it will be able to open this particular project here. Okay, so this let's give this some time for it to do this. Okay, now when you go to here, you can go to cd. Now I've gone to ls, and then I have let's go to my blog, which the one I had installed earlier. So we go to cd, and then we go to my blog. So the first one there, that's what we have. Now on this one, I'm just going to run the code, that is the code and then the dot sign, so that we can open that particular project within our VS Code. And you can see here, this is what it will do. It will now open this on the VS Code, and we are good to go here. So you can see this is Laravel that has been installed, and we have our VS Code, and you can begin creating your project on your Linux operating system. Now, since I'm not going to do this one in the Linux operating system, so I'm just going to close it, and then we start using the Windows, which is what we want. Okay, now, so let's get started with the routing, and that's the first topic we're going to look at, because under the basics here, under the Laravel basics here, what we have here is the first thing here is the routing. So what is a route, and how can we get started with routing? Now in Laravel, we have different, of course, routing methods that are introduced here. And of course, with the Laravel 10, there have been just some few, I don't think there are changes within the routing. So the routing has still been the same. So we have our Laravel here installed, so we can just begin. So for us to find routing, we go to the web.php. So the web.php. Now the way we are going to be doing this is we'll be creating the blog, as well as we are learning what is a routing. Now the first routing here, you can see it is the one that is getting the root, which is returning the view of welcome under the view. So when you go to the resources views, you can see there we have you can see when you go to resources and then views, we have the welcome blade. This view is the one that is now being returned, which has the particular cards that you can see here like this. So that's what we have. So we are returning this view here, and with the routing. So what is routing? Routing refers to process of defining URLs, which are called the routes for your application, and mapping them to specific controller actions. So for example, you can they are essential when you want to create a RESTful architecture, for example, to define the entry points of your application. So for example, let's start. Now, we can have, for example, we can have this one, instead of it returning a view, we can have this one return something like this. So we can have it return, for example, hello world. So we have hello world like that. And then of course here. So now what it is doing, it is just returning hello world. And then here we can append a particular an endpoint, so that we we access this endpoint to return for us this string. So you can return a string using the route. So here you can have something like this. So now this means this one will now change to not be the same way as it was, because now it can't find it. And of course, when we access the hello here, it is able to return for us this particular string, as you can see here. So that is the first way in which we can use route to return. Now the other one is we can have this same route which maps to the law URL to return anonymous function. For example, to return a simple string. For example, you can have it um, return a particular controller action. So you can have something like that. So in other words, controllers can return, for example, they can return controller actions. So you can have something like this. So within your routes here, you can have, for example, a route which is this way. And then this route is going to come to get. And then within the get here, we are going to have the post. And then within the post here, what we have here is, of course, we have a controller which doesn't have these codes. So here we have, for example, a post controller like this, and then of course it has a class. And then here we have, for example, this is index like this. Now this is what we call a controller, a route, which is of course pointing to a specific action. So this is what we have here. So we have something like this. So we are telling it get the post, and then under the post controller class, we want it to go to the index. Now this means, for example, I would come here and create a controller, and this controller, of course, it is the one that is going to return this particular index. So this what happens here, this route will map to the post URL to the index method of the post controller here. And of course, you're going to be looking at this one as we continue. So Laravel 10 routing allows you to define various types of HTTP methods like get, put, post, delete, patch, and others. For example, you can have this, you can change this as post, for example. You can also change this as put. You can also have this as delete, like this. And of course, in our project, we are going to be implementing all this, whereby we are going to have different routes with the different HTTP methods. Okay, so that's it, guys. So another thing here, you can have routes with parameters. So for example, you can have a route which takes you to something like this. So we have route get. So we are using the get HTTP method, and then here we have we are telling it to get users, and then within the users, we want it to get the ID of a particular. For example, it could be a post. And then here we have function like that. And then within this function, you're going to pass an ID like this. So we're going to have this ID in this way. Of course, an opening bracket and a closing curly brace. And then here we're going to return, this is return. So we're going to have something like showing a user with ID. And then we're going to give the ID like this. So I want you to observe this. So what is happening here? We are showing the user with an ID of this. This should be only one, because we are just having this, and then so we are using the route get, and then the users, and then the ID and then we have in the function, we just check, okay, we need to have this. Okay, so we have in the users get the ID like this. So what is remaining here? So we have in this, and then we close it like that. So here we are just showing a user with an ID. So this is what we call route. So this one we call route with parameters. This, so route with parameters, and then here I can just comment this. So route with the parameters and route with parameters. This one we have said this is route to specific controller action, route to specific um, controller actions. So that's what we have this. So guys, so that's what we have, route with the parameters, and of course the first one is when you want to return something like a string. So this is so when you come to get the users, here we are going to return an ID. So we want to get users. Let's see if we are able to get users, and then we want to do what? We are getting users. Sorry, we are going to append an ID. So you can be saying with an ID of 1. So it will show the user with an ID of 1. And of course, this is what you're going to be doing. For example, when we'll be getting a particular post with an ID. So that's what this is all about. Right, guys. So next is now let's implement the routing in our blogging system. We'll start by creating the admin side. So in your web.php, we need to have the several routes that we're going to be using in our blogging system. Okay, now what we're going to do here, let me not take these ones, but what I'll do, I'll just comment them. I'll just uh, I'll just comment them like this, and then we just now begin with the routing. So these are the routes for the backend. So we're going to start with the backend. I'm going to start with the backend like this. And then here I'm going to have this is what I'm going to have. So now the first route will take us to the post controller index. We're going to have another one which will take us to create, whereby we are able to create posts. We are also able to do. So the first one here we're going to have is the route that will take us to, so we're going to have route get, and then we're going to have the admin. So I'll explain how we're going to be doing this. So admin slash post, and then here we are going to have an app, and then this back slash sign, so http, and then controllers. So we have in that, and then we have the post controller like that, and then it is going to add index, and then here we are going to have this. We're going to give it a name. Now, giving this route a name is simply means that this is what we call the named route. In other words, here when the admin wants to access the index for the dashboard, is going to access the admin slash posts, and of course is going to be taken to the index. So this is the URL that we're going to append to our controller within. In other words, this is what you're going to type, and then it's going to appear. Okay, under the admin post, and then the route that will appear is the admin post.index. In other words, sorry, when the admin goes to the admin slash post, this URL here, we are going to define it under our index.play.php, so that now when he accesses this, is going to be returned. When he accesses this route is already defined in one of our forms. So I'm going to show you how this part is going to be used in our application. So that is the first route that we are going to have, and of course we're going to have the specific controller which you're going to create it once you are done with these routes. Now the next route here is just to copy and paste because they are all similar. So the next route here we're going to have is the create. So here what we're going to do, we are going to go to admin post, and then we're going to go to the create. And then here I'm going to change this to create. Once you get to know how to create these controllers, it becomes very easy. So here we're going to have admin posts, then create like that. The same thing we're going to go is to the, we're also going to have create, we're also going to have the store method, whereby when the post has been created, we want to store that particular post. So here what we have is, I think I should not have removed this. So we are going to the store method like this. And then here we are going to go to the store, of course. So we have the store because we have that method. And then here, of course, we are going to go to the store method of the post. So that is the route that we are going to define there. Next, what we have is the, once we are in the store, we also want to have the edit. So when the person clicks the edit, we want to edit a particular post. So what you're going to have here, this edit is going to have, now what I just shown you here, the route with parameter. And of course, when the person was trying to access this user with an ID of 1, it showed him user with an ID of 1. So here we are going to access, for example, a post with an ID of 17, just like we did in the demo. So here I'm going to append the ID, which is going to be the post. So the post is going to be the ID. And then here we're going to have the edit like this. And then here is, this one is going to go to the edit method within our controller. And then lastly here we're going to have it like this. So that's what is going to happen here. So take note of that. Now the other one, remember this, there's something I've not done here. This is get. This store, because it is going to store the particular post within our database, it needs to be post. The other one is get, because we want to get the ID and then be able to perform what we want to perform. Now the next one here, I'm just going to copy this because there's no much difference. The other one here is on the post and then update. We want to update our post, and here to do that we're going to use what we call patch. So patch will help us to update a particular post within our application. So here we're not going to perform any edit, we're only going to perform the post, the update, sorry, and then here we're going to have the update like this. So we're going to have update, and then here we're going to have the update that way. So that's what you're going to have in there. And we're done there. So the last one is delete. So we want to delete a post, and of course to delete a post we need to have an ID of that particular post so that we can delete that post there. So here I'm going to have the something like this, and then here I'm going to have the delete. Sorry, not the delete, but you're going to have is the destroy. You can also have delete, still going to work. Then here we're going to have the route is going to be destroy. So we're going to destroy, that is just basically deleting a particular post there. So that guys, so that's it. So that's what we have there. We have in this. So this is what I called the, sorry, and this is not get, this is delete. So this is delete. So the first two are get, post, and then we have the get, patch. So take note of this HTTP method, as just as I explained. So this is what you're going to have under the backend. Those are the routes that pertain to the backend. And of course, once we have those routes, the next thing is we are going to create also the routes for the front end side, and then come back and create the controller that are associated with those routes, because I want us to finish all the controllers so that we can now come up. So here, down here, what you're going to have here is going to have the front end routes. So that's the next day. So that once we are done with this, we can now go to the next item, which is controllers. Remember, we are following this. So we have routing, and then we have controllers here. Okay, now on the front end routes, so this is what we're going to have on the front end routes. So here we're going to have the route, and then under the route, you're going to have the get method, whereby you're going to have this. So the first one is going to take us to home, whereby we are going to have the index. So I'm going to have this because this one is taking us to the index of the particular. So we're going to have this, but then this one is not taking us to the admin. So because it's a front end route, so we're going to have this. Then at index, and then so you're going to get the app controllers, HTTP controllers, then the post controller, then at index. Now with this at index here, what you're going to have is you're going to have the named route, of course, whereby you're going to give this one name posts dot index, just like that, and then we're going to close this one with then this one should be double like this. So that's what we're having. So you are getting the, then here there's that comma there. Okay, so that is on the first one. So the other one, let me copy this one. You're going to have is the, you're going to have the one that takes us to the post. So the post, and then of course this one is going to take us to the shop lead. In other words, this is the shop lead. So once you click on a post, it takes us to the shop lead of the post. So we are having post there, and then we are having the, of course, here we're going to change this one to this place here. So this one, we're going to change this one to at show, and then here we're going to have the post index.show, which is the named route. Now I'm going to show you where we are going to use the post.show, because this is the route that we're going to append to whichever place that we want to use. Now there's something else you're going to have in this blog, and that is comments. So you're going to have comments. So it's good I also write the routes for comments, which I'll show you later how to come up with them. So we are going to have this route. So I'm just going to edit some things. I'm going to make this one to post, and then here I'm going to have this. So let me just copy this. We add here. So I'm going to have this. So we are going to the post, and then we are accessing the comment. So here I'm going to have comments like that. So we have comments, and then this one is taking us to the comment controller. So I'm going to make that controller once you'll be making the controller. So we are going to have comment controller, which is going to take us at store, because once the person comments, you are now taken to the store, whereby you are able to store the particular comment. So that's what we have in there. Okay, so and then lastly, of course, here we're going to change the name to route. Here we're going to have comments dot store. So that's what we're going to have as the route that you're going to use in our comments. Okay, guys, so that is what we have on the route. So these are the routes that we are having. And also we're going to add other ones, which I'm going to show you when we are going also to be making the, the mood, that is the dark and the light mode. We're going to make that. Now the next part, let's go to controllers. And the controllers are basically They are just for example, in Laravel 10, a controller is just a PHP class that handles incoming HTTP requests, processes them, and then returns an appropriate response to the client. And of course, here what we have is the route, and then this route, of course, is pointing to a particular controller here. Now, from the above routes, let's start with the admin routes. So let's create controllers for them, and then let's create an admin folder in the controllers. That is, so what you're going to have here is, you can see where we have the app. When you want to access any controller, you can see the controllers are here. Now on this controller here, I'm going to create a folder here, and this folder I'm going to call it admin, just like that. Admin. So this is going to have all the controllers that pertain to admin. Yeah. So here I'm going to make a controller here, which of course it is a file. So here I'm going to make a controller, which is this one here, just like this. So we have the controller.php like that. So this controller here is post controller, which is under the folder of admin. Now in this controller here that I've created, I'm going to give it some few things. And of course, I could have just ran this. There is this command here. You can also use the PHP artisan make controller. Then the controller, of course, here is post controller, like that. And of course, here, since we have its admin, so what we have here is the controller is within the admin. So you could use the admin, something like that. But now, since I've already created it, so there's no need for me to do this. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to place the code that we are supposed to have in our controller. Now, this controller here is for these routes here. So this is what you can see. We have the backend here. So this backend here has these routes, and the first one is index. We have create, store, edit, update, and destroy. Now that tells you that I need all this. So I need to create all these controller classes. So what I'll do here, let me show you something. So what I'll do here, since we have the admin and then we have the controller here, let me just do this quickly. Let me do this. So what I'm going to do here to generate this class, let me take out this one like that. So let's go back to, we have within the admin there. So we can have the PHP artisan. So what I want to do, I want it to generate the CRUD functionality, that is the index, the create, update, delete, and so forth. So I'm going to have this, and then PHP make PHP artisan make controller, then I'm going to have the post controller like this, and then here I'm going to give this resource. And of course, I believe you know this, what it does. I think they should be too. Now, what is going to happen here, we're going to make this controller here, which is going to have the resource. And let me append the admin there. So here we're going to have that, like that. So what is going to happen is that it's going to make, I also need to delete this one, because I've just discovered I need to have this controller with the resource. So let me run that. Okay, so now let's check. So we have the controller which has been created here, and you can see this controller has all these resource that we need. So the edit, update, destroy, the show, and so forth. So we need this. Okay, guys. So let's begin. So the first part on the index, remember, is this one here. So this first route here contains whatever we have on our index here, and you can see this is what we have. So let's see what we are going now. We want to present, just like I showed you on the demo blog. The first part here we're going to have is we're going to have the post. We're going to define post, and then we are going to have a model. which is post, and then it's going to return, sorry, it's going to return all the posts like that. And then here we're going to return the view. We're going to return a view, which the view, of course, is going to be this one here, admin. So we have admin dot post dot index like that. And then, of course, we are going to compact uh, the post so that, in other words, the posts are defined. So we are going to have that. And that's what we have here. Now, here, this error is shows undefined a model. So this model is not defined. We need to define this model. And of course, we can come here and load this command again, and then we say PHP artisan make a model, and then this model is going to be post.php. We're going to have that model created. So within our models here, how many PHP did I type? Okay, so here we need to have one. Okay, so yeah, so this is what we have so far. So that's what we have. So our model is created, and of course we can come here and use import that class. So that error will have gone like that. So this is what it was asking for. So now this admin post, not post, but admin post is what we have here. You can remember this, the named route here. So it is able to access this route through the named route here. So I want you to understand this if you don't know about named routes. So you can also read them. You can also read them on their documentation here about the named routes under the routing here. You can just come and check. I believe they are there, and then you'll be good to understand. But that's how it is. It's very simple. So we are going to return all the post, and then you're going to return admin post.index. It means that we need to make this view, and of course you're going to make, that's the next thing you're going to do. Now we are looking at controllers here. The next part within this controller is the create method, and within the create method here, what we have is it's just going to return the form that creates the particular uh, post. So here we're going to have return view, and of course what you're going to return here is this particular this is the one that you're going to return here. This is what you're going to return here. So it's going to get this form, and then it's going to return this particular form here. So here we're going to have admin dot post dot create. So that's what we have in there. So that is on the create method. Let's continue now on the store method here. What you're going to have here is what we have in here is just our post is going to have a title, is going to have a body, and also it's also going to have an image. So that's what we want to store in our database, because we are also going to create the database for this blog. So here we are going to have we are first going to do something we call validation. And validation here is on this part here. So some of these things I will not speak about, I will not speak on them again, because validation is very simple. It's just it is just basically being able to to validate your application's incoming data. And of course, when you look at the documentation for the Laravel, it is very simple here. You can see it's just you just look at what data do you want to validate, and then of course you are able to do that based on what you can see here. This is what we have here. So it is very simple. So we just have this, and actually I can just pick this, then just paste it here. So that's what we have. So we have validated, but this one I'm going to change it to one of mine here. So I'm going to have validated, okay, data. So validated data, and then here I'm going to have title, required unique post, which is okay. and then I'm going to have the body, which is also required, and this one I'm going to put it to string. So there's a pipe sign. This sign is called pipe. It is within your keyboard. When you go to the right part of your keyboard, you'll find it there. So this one I'm going to put it. So it has to be a string. So that's what we have there. So this is a string. So this is a string, and then the last part you're going to have is the image. Now on the image, I'm not going to discuss about it now, but I will still do it for you to see, because image is an advanced part concept which is not under the basics. So I felt it's good for me to have image within my website. So you're going to have an image, which is important. So this is the validations I want. So it will be memes, and then the memes are of course JPG. We also have PNG. So this is uh, so we have JPEG. The first one is JPEG. So that image can be JPEG. It can be with dot JPEG dot. The other one is JPG, like that. And then we also have the GIF. The GIF can also be accepted. And then we also have the other one we have is max. So the size of the image, you can also put it, so to ensure that somebody doesn't just, you don't just upload any type of image. So the required is going to be this one. So these are the required, and we also have SVG after the GIF. So we also have the SVG, like that. So that's what we have under the image. That's the required type of image that we want. Okay, now so that is what will be stored in the database. And then now let me give the code for the image, because we are going to have the image inserted within our website. So we are going to have path, and then here I'm going to have requests. So this request is going to have, we request an image. So request image, and then store the image like this, whereby we're going to store the image under the public slash images. So it means that this folder will be automatically created within your Laravel application. So that's what we are having on the first part in there. Now, the next part here is inserting the post that we are going to create within our website. So we are going to have post, which is equals to new, and then you're going to have post like that. And then we're also going to have the next we'll have is post, which is equal to, sorry, this post is under the post title in short. So we have post title, and the post title is equals to the validated data here, which is this one here. So we're going to have this one here. In other words, we want to validate this particular post. Since this variable here is the one that holds this, it's an array. So this is an array. So if it meets all this, in other words, the title, not all this, the title, if it meets this, it is a unique post. It has a maximum. The words are 255 maximum, then it's going to be accepted and posted within our database. All right, so guys, so title, we have it like that. We also have next we have is of course we have the body, just like they match there. So here I'm going to change this to body. So here we have the body like that, and then next we have is also the image. So we're also checking the image as well of the post. Now the image is not validated data here. The image is going to be, now there's something here I want you to understand, even if we are not looking at file storage under Laravel advanced part. But here you can see we have string replace which is a function. Now, what it's going to do is that, as you can see here, it's going to do something here. Let me just this going to get the image. Now here it's going to get the image path, and then after getting the image path here, it's going to we need to have, after getting the image path here, it's going to replace this public so that you don't have two types of public under the string. I've seen this one being an issue, especially when you take your website to a server whereby you find that the Laravel says it can't find the image, or the image was not found. So it's going to replace this public. It's going to take out the public so that it is not repeated. So I'm going to show you this one as we look at this. Now the next part here I'm going to have is a user ID. That part I will also explain it a bit more so that you will understand what I mean. So just hang in there. So the next part is the authentication, and we are going to install Laravel. Sorry, we are going to install Laravel Jetstream, whereby I had shown you before, is the one that is going to do this part here. So this part of code will only work when we install the Laravel authentication system. So it's going to be that way. So here we have the post, then the user ID. Okay, so the user ID, then this is what we have. So you're going to the user, and then the ID. So let's just finish up on this. We'll check. So the last part here is we are going to save these posts to our database like that. So this is going to happen that way. So we have this validated data, we have the body, we have the string replace, the image path, and of course, let me check this. Okay, so on this part here we have this is this way, so as to give space so that is able to take out the other public folder as I showed you. But as I said, as we will be implementing the image, I will show you what's happening there. Now, lastly, we are going to return the the posts once in other words, to show that everything has gone successfully. So we are going to have this part of the code. So we are going to return route, and then within route, of course, you are going to return the, sorry, this is should have just that way. So admin post dot index, that's what you're going to have like that. So admin post, and then we're going to return with the message, which is going to be, so we're going to have the message as this way. So this is going to be your post has been updated like that. That's it. So that's what we have up to there. So your return with the message your post has been updated and so forth. So that's what we have in there. And that's what we have on the store of your controller, having the image and setting up all this. Now the next part is the on the show. On the show blade is the one that shows, of course, it defines the ID of the post, and then it's able to show as the post. So what we're going to have there, we're going to have is post, and then is equals to post. So under post, you're going to have the find or fail, which is a PHP, so PHP function, and then here we're going to find the ID of the post, and then there we are going to return, of course, the view, which is admin dot post dot show. So that's what we are returning there. Let me have this correctly like that. And then, of course, we are going to use the compact so as to ensure that there is no undefined post within our website. So that's what we have in there. Then we close this one that way. So we are returning admin post dot show. Now let's go to the edit part. So the edit part here, what you're going to have, we're just going to return a view. So we're going to return this view, and then the view is going to be admin dot post dot edit like that. And then here we're going to compact the post for that is so that is not undefined. So here it should be okay. So that's what we have in there. The last part we are going to have, or the last two parts, is update. Now we want to update our posts once they are validated and all that. Now I'm not going to type all this. In other words, there are some things that we are going to just update here. There's some things which are going, wait, this should have been post has been, first one should have been has been created, not updated. Okay, so let's copy this. So we're going to copy this as it is. I'm going to have to copy this like this, and then I'm just going to paste this one here, and then I'm going to change some things on the update. So what I'm going to change here is I'm going to have to change this. This one I can change this one to request to validate this, and then of course I'm going to validate this. Now it's not necessary to do this validation, but let me just have it. Now here I'm not going to have on the part of the image, I'm not going to have this, so I'm going to take this one out. Next part is the, so I'm going to have this. Let me take out this. Here we have post. Here we want to request for post. So here we're going to change this to request. So we want to request the title. So we want to request the title like that. And then the next part here we're going to request is also the body. So I'm going to copy this and also paste it here. And then we're going to have to request the body. Okay, so next is I'm going to take out that. I'm going to have an if statement which is going to request to see if the post has an image. So I'm going to have request, and then I'm going to have if it has a file, which of course is the image of our post. So we're going to have this like that. Then we'll have this. So let me put a comment here which says delete the old post, the old image, sorry, if it exists. Okay, so in other words, when we are updating a post, we want to delete the old image because you want to update another image. So that's the whole idea here. So we want to delete the old image and then have a new image inserted. So we have post. So you're going to have post, and then we're going to have image, and then image, and then we're going to use this sign and sign. Then we're going to access the storage function here. Then so we're going to check if it exists, and then we're going to say post and then image, like that. So we'll have this that way, and then we're going to have storage delete. So it's going to delete if that image exists, and then we are able to update another image. Okay, so that's what we have in there, and then we close this. That is with the new. Okay, so we request if the image has a file, and then we delete an old image if it exists. And then we request, that is, if the storage the image exists, then you're going to delete the image itself there. Okay, now that's what we have. And then here there's something here I want us we have. Let me comment this one here. Store the new image, and set its path to the ports, that is sorry, that's the ports image field. So it is going to store the new image, and then it's going to show it to. So let's access the image path. We access the image path, and then we request for the file, whereby we request like this. We have the image there. Sorry, this is so we have the store, and then we look for the public slash images, like that. Then that's what we have. And the next part here we're going to have is the image, whereby we're going to have the image, and then we are going to use the string replace, the underscore there. So string replace, like that. And then of course we want to ensure that we access the right URL for image, so that it doesn't fail to show. So remember, this one has to be that way. Once we have, and then here we're going to have the image path, then we close it that way. This one should be with this. Okay, now here what we mean is that set the image path to the post image field. That's what we have in there, to the image post field. Now once we are done with that one, we are going to save the image. We are going to save the post by calling this part here, which is the one that saves our post. And then we are going to return redirect message with your post has been updated, like that. Now there's some errors here. Let's correct them. Now the first part here we're going to have is I don't know why this one has string ID and so forth. So here we're going to request the sorry, we are going to have this request. We're going to request, and then we're going to have this post defined like this, where we have post like that. Okay, so that's what we have. Then we have the post title, which is equals to request the title, and then we have the body. Sorry, this is body. Okay, so we are requesting the body, and then we request the body. So that's what we have. Okay, so here I believe you have understood here what we have is delete the old image if it exists by calling this particular storage function. So it deletes the post image. Now this one will now store the new image and set its paths to the post image field. So basically this part here I was trying to explain to you is all about setting the path of the image here so that the path is not, it doesn't tell you it's not found. So that's what is happening. And then lastly, we say the whatever we have updated, and then of course it will return redirect with your post has been updated. So that's what we have. In case of any errors, we'll be able to solve them as they come. But I believe all is well. Now here we're going to have another. We're going to have this should be posts because you're using post as the part that we're accessing. So here we have, so basically this one is just to delete our post by calling this part here, which is the destroy. Remember we created the route here. You can see the route for the destroy is this one, route delete, which is here. And of course we gave it this particular URL here. So what we have here is just return redirect. So we're going to have this once the post. So basically we are just calling the post and then we delete. So return redirect with the message your post has been deleted here. So that's what we have here. So that is good. So we are good to go. So our controller, our admin post controller is now done. So it's now done. The code is still on my website in case you find there's a place you have not understood or you need to understand, then you need to. Here we just need to call the ID. We don't need to have the string ID. Just need the ID as well for edit. We only need to have the post here. So here we just need the post. So this one is going to be ID and then post like that. Then the update and then delete. Let me see on the index on the store. On the store, that's what we have now. Okay, so I believe so. That's what we have so far. And okay, so that's what we have. Now the file storage you are not supposed to look at, but it's okay. So let's continue to now the views. So let's look at what are views, and the views, of course, you can come and also check from their website here. So let's go. Now we are halfway done with the controllers. So the next part I want us to look at, is it the views or we need to look at now before we do that, we already have the posts, we already have the controller which is set. Now we can go to the views so that we can look at how to start coming up with some of the views so that we can now run this project and see how it's going to be working. So so what are views? So views in Laravel are just the user interface part of application that presents data to the user. And of course, views in Laravel are stored under the resources/views. So when you come to resources/views here, for example, this is one of the views that we accessed at the start of this tutorial. So this view here was returning the cards, the Laravel 10 um, welcome page. So that's what we have. Now, so resources views, we are able to come up with the views that we want to come up with. Now, within our admin, we're able to create different control. We have created controllers, of course. Sorry, not controllers, but the different functions which are handling different controllers. Now, for example, when you look at admin post create, admin post index, it means that these are views. We can create these views, for example, the index view, the create view, the what the edit view, and also as well as don't think we have update. So let's first start by creating those views and then run this project and see what it's happening here. So so let's start by creating the we are going to create 3 files. In short, we're going to create index, create, and edit view. So let's start. So you go to resources. So come to the resources, come to the views, and then within the views there, you are going to find this view. So here I want you to create a folder, and this folder you're going to name it admin. So these views are going to pertain the admin. Now within the admin, I want you also to create another folder which is called post, like that. So admin, post, and then from there now we can create the different files that we want to create. Now there are 2 ways you can create. You can create them manually, or you can use the touch command and then create the particular. For example, if I use resources, so here we have touch resources and then slash views and then slash admin, then slash post, and then for example let's create the blade .php. So this is going to be created here. So when you come here, you can see this has been created here. So the first view that we have created is the create lead.php. Now this view is going to create for us the post that we want to create for our website here. Now since this is a front end and I'm dealing with the back end, so I'm only going to type the code for the back end, but for the front end I'm not going to do that because it will take long. So here I have my Sublime text, which has the different um, front end. For example, the front end leads. For example, for the admin, for the create, this is the front end for the create, which is in Bootstrap form. So we are using Bootstrap in short. So I'm going to copy this one here from this. Remember, this is just front end. There's no PHP added here. So this is just the front end. So I'm just going to implement some things on it. But basically, this is just the create form that we have here. Now, the first part here we are going to implement is this one here, which is called X app, and then layout, like that. Then I close it that way. Now it tells me I also need to have a closing part for it. And this is the closing part, like that. Now this basically the X app layout is just the app.blade.php. We're also going to create this one in a few. So I'm going to show you how to create this one. Now the next part here we want to do is to create is now to ensure that this form is able to post the post into our database. Now we have the form class which goes to the method which is post, and then the action. Now action here is going to be this one here. I'm going to have this two. I'm going to have this opening curly braces. Now here I'm going to add the route function here, which is going to be route, and then we have opening and close. We have these two. So we have admin, and then we have dot post dot store. Now which URL is this? The URL is this one here. You can see here. So this is what we are accessing. So that's why I told you this is very important, because it's now going to access this route which goes to admin post slash store, and then is able to store for us the post within our database. So we are going, that's where we are going. So we are routing to admin post dot store, and then the end type here is going to be, because we have an image for our post, we implemented the image, the file storage for image, which is the one here. So this part here, it also needs this so that it's able to store the image for us. So we have this. So this part which does that is called the multi-part then slash form data. So that's way. So we are going to have these two uh, appended like that. Now the next part we're going to have is the CSRF, and CSRF is also something else we're also looking at within our Laravel basics. So CSRF protection, what it does is that it is able to prevent what we call cross-site request forgeries, whereby somebody cannot send unauthorized commands. For example, when somebody is trying to authenticate to your application, is not taken to another website, and then of course his or her details are stolen. So Laravel provides that. So what you're going to do here, ensure anytime you are creating your applications, you always have it. So you're going to have the CSRF, and then it's going to be just like that. It's very simple to implement. Of course, here we're going to have to, so it's very simple, it's just simple as that. You can give it space for, so that's what we have. It's very simple to implement. So ensure when you are doing any form storage, it's always there so that it can be able to prevent certain tokens from being stolen. Now the next part is to validate. There's a validation within our posts here when we are, of course, updating our post here. So when we are not updating but creating, now we need, for example, if somebody doesn't type, for example, its name, the title of the post, we want to be able to ensure that he does that. Now with the Bootstrap on the front end side, it provides for you such functionality, but here we're going to use even the one for PHP. So what we are going to do here on the form group here, we're going to have this. So we are going to have this opening and close. And then here we are going to check if there are any errors like this. So we are going to have if it has, going to check if it has the title, if the title is there or not. So title, and then so we close this one like that, and then we have as error. So that's what we have, and then we have this. So we close this one like that. So what we have just done here, we have the form group, and then we are requesting the errors. So the title, and then here we have this particular and this one doesn't need to be far. And then if it has error, sorry, this one has to have this one the close that way. If it has error, so that's what we have, then we we have it in that way. Now I'm going to place this on different form. So that is on the title part. The next part we're going to have is to ensure also we have the name, which is under here. So the next part here is the value, and then the value here we're going to have the value here. We're going to have this. So this is what we have. So we have title, so title, and then we close. Okay, so this is required. So this is also going to validate to check the name, and then let's continue. So the next part here we're also checking at is we're also checking if this, okay, we started by checking the title. So let's have this if statement, which is going to submit the errors. And of course, here we are saying if it has as the title, and then you're going to close it on this part here. So we're going to have the end if, which is that one there. Okay, so this one is able to, it will be able to show us if we have any errors within our image. Sorry, within our file. Okay, now guys, so let's continue. So let's go to the other part. So the other part we also check in is the body, and this is the code that we had typed. So I'm not going to repeat this. So let me just copy this. So we are checking on the body as well. So let me just copy this and paste it there. So here we're going to check the body like that. And then once we are done with the body, we also do the same thing. We also go to the old required. So here we're going to have, so this should be within this part here. Then we're going to have the body. So it's going to submit any errors that we find within our form. And then lastly, we are having is this part here, which we had the same code here. So we are going to have this, and then this is what we're going to have here, just below our body, where we have the text area. Just do this. Okay, so that's it. So here we check on the body like that. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so we don't have anything else that is remaining except the now to create our form. And you can see now we are able to pull out any errors that will occur within our form here. And you can see that's what we have done so far. So we are able to check any errors, and then now we are able to print them out if they are there. So this is what we have. Okay, now that this is the create blade. So let's go to the other form. So let's go to the other form. Now the other form here that we are going to create is the is the edit. So let's create the edit as well. So we create the edit here. Now this edit is also here under the admin. So this is the edit form for the admin. So I'm going to copy the front end part of it as well. Is also going to use this part that I just showed you. So we're going to have this part here. We're going to have it there. We're going to have this part, and then we're also going to close it like that. Now, what else? So, what do we need to have within? What PHP code do we need to use to place it here? The first part is let's go to the form action. Now, the form action is going to have a route, and I'm going to copy this so as to save much typing here. So let's just do this. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to come here. So we're going to have it. The route is going to go to the update. So we're going to take this one to the update like this. So the update is going to go there, and then here we're going to have the same thing that we had here before, which is the multi-part. So we're going to have that one like that. And then the next part we're going to have is we're going to request the post title because we want the post title. So we're going to have this. So we're going to have the post title. So we have the post title just like that, and then this is so that's what we have. Let's have them close to each other. Okay, so the post title as well, we're also going to have the post body. So the post body is also going to be there. We copy the same part of the code. So we're also going to have the post body. So we have the post title, we have the post body, and then next we're going to have is there's nothing else that is remaining, because that is what we're going to have under the update. So we're going to request the post title and the post body, and then we are going to edit from there. Now before that, there's something else here I'm also forgetting. We need, once we route to there's something I said is very important. We need to have this CSRF protection for our form. So this one here is going to have this. It's going to have this like that. Is very important so that we don't forget anything. Now the next part here we're going to have is called at method, and then the method here is going to be patch. Now this method is going to ensure that it's not this one, we patch like that. Now this part here is to ensure that the, the post has been identified, and then it's updated. So that's what we're going to have there. Okay, so that's what we are having, and then I close this and then save this post here. Okay, so guys, so let's now create the last one, which should be now the index. Now the index is the one that is going to show us the form. So here we're going to have the index. So let's create the index. Let's create the index. So the index is that one. Now the index within my Sublime text is also here. It is the one that you can see there. So the index is this one here. So you can see that's what we have under the index. Now the index is also having the same thing that we had before. The first part of it is going to have this part here. We're going to have this. We're going to have this like this. And then we're also doing the same thing. We're also having that. Now, so what we have within our index. Now, our index is simply the form that presents for us the 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 form. It is shows us all the posts that we have, and so far I showed you this. So what we'll have here is we are going to have this. We're going to have this route here. So I'm going to copy it and paste there. Now this part is just a link which takes us to, I want it to take us to create a new post. So that's why we have it there. I save that. I go to the next part is we have the title, the body created that, and so forth. Now on this part here, we're going to have a for loop. A for loop. So a for loop is going to loop over this particular post and then present them to us. So what I'm going to do, just on this part here, I'm going to have a for each. I'm going to use a for each, whereby it's going to loop. So this is going to be post as uh, as posts. So what is happening here is that this post is going to store uh, the post is the one that is going to show us the title, the body, the image, and so forth. So we are having post as post, and then here we are having the post title. So here we are going to have two. So what we have here, the first part we have here is post. and then you're going to access the title of the post. So I copy this one and paste it here. This is going to be uh, created at, like that. So we have title, then created at. The other part here we're going to have is this is the edit, because you can see this button is edit. So we need a route which takes us to the edit, and I'm going to copy this one here and then change some things here. So here we have this. So I copy and paste it there. So what we have here is this one takes us to the edit. So this one will take us to the edit, and then before we edit, is going to take us to the post, then the ID of that particular post, like that. So that's what we are having there. The other one is the one that takes us to delete. So this part, form action, then delete. So we're also going to copy that one, and then this one takes us to the post destroy. So destroy to take out any posts that we don't need. So, and then here we also need to access the ID of the particular post. So here we're going to have this like this, and then the ID. So that's what we are having. Okay, now, so once we are done with the post and then the ID, then we can now do this. We can now down there we also need the CSRF. So here I'm going to have the CSRF like that. Sorry, this is CSRF. And then here we have is the method delete. So what we'll have here is method delete. So it's going to call the delete, and then it's going to delete for us the post. Now, once you are done with that one, we now need to end this one with um, an end for each, which is going to end whatever we had. Of course, you can see here what we have is the for each. So we are ending that for each. And we are done with that. So we are done with the three files whereby we are doing those particular items. So we can run this and see where we are. And before we do that, we have this X app layout. Now this X app layout, let me see when we installed Laravel. This is the, let's see, we have it, PHP. Now you can see it's not there. So what this means, we need to go to what we call middleware. So middleware, I want us to install Jetstream, so that once we install Jetstream, we'll be able to access now what we have created here. That's why we see this app led is not there, because it comes with the Laravel Jetstream. So what is a middleware? So we are looking now at middleware. So middleware is basically it's whereby it provides a convenient mechanism for inspecting and filtering HTTP requests that are entering in your application. And of course, to create a middleware, what you need to do is just run PHP artisan, and then you say make, for example, make a middleware, and then the middleware name. So here you give it the middleware name like this, and then you run that. So once you run that, the middleware will be created in the app HTTP. So you come here, app HTTP, and then go to middleware. So middleware here, you are able to access the middleware that has been created. Now, once that is done, you can also you can come and give the logic of your middleware. For example, let's say we had this created authenticate. Here you come, for example, there's a place you'll come and give the logic of your middleware. So that once you are done with that one, you can come and register that middleware under what we call the kernel. So that is means control P and then come to, sorry, say this. So control P and then we have kernel. Kernel, here you come and register your middleware that you have created here. You register. For example, all these are the middlewares that you can see here. For example, authenticate this.php, you can see it is the one that is registered here. Now, once you are done with that one, depending on which type of middleware you have done, you have come up with, you just now come to your web.php and, for example, you come to a route like this and then type the middleware and then give it a name. For example, the middleware name, the middleware that you created. So you have something like middleware name, the one that you created here. So that, for example, if you don't want anyone to access a particular part of your website, they'll not be able to access because there is a middleware. So guys, that's middleware and that's how you create. Now, if you want to learn that, there is a video that I've created under the Laravel 9, whereby it deals on how to come up with a middleware. So you may want to check that video out. But here, the middleware we are looking at is the Jetstream. So here we are going to install Jetstream, and this is how we are going to do it. So we are going to install Jetstream by running composer require Laravel /Jetstream. We are using Jetstream to authenticate our application. So we are going to install Jetstream like that. So let's wait for it. Okay, now this is created. So the Jetstream has been installed. So the next part we need to run is PHP artisan, and then we need to run Jetstream install. So we're going to have this Jetstream install livewire. So we are going to have livewire installed within the that is within the Jetstream. So we're going to have that. Now the next part here we need to is to create the database. So let's access the .env. The .env. Here let's have something like my blog, Laravel 10. So this is how we create a database in case you don't have don't. And then I'm using XAMPP as I told you. So XAMPP is the one I'm using. So I'm going to access my local host. So I'm going to access it like this. Okay, so go to PHP my admin, then come click new, and then create the same database. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm not going to have anything. So I'm just going to copy this and then create like that. So we have our database created, because the next part we need is to do migrations. Okay, now that has been installed. The next part is to do what we call PHP artisan migrate, and this of course is going to migrate but now before we do this one, I would also like us we check on the table. However, we can just continue because I've remembered we never created the table for posts, and this is very important for us to do that because it's very important. Now, before I run this migration, remember we are still installing the Jetstream. So we are supposed to migrate the tables for Jetstream, but let me also create the post table and comments table, because remember we created a controller for the post, which of course the post controller for the admin side, and the comments controller, which is the front end side, of course. But so we need to have them created. We need to have tables. So the first table here, we have this command which is PHP artisan make migration. So here I'm going to create a post table. So I hope this does not confuse any person. So I'm going to create this table, which is the post table, and then I'm going to access the newly created the table. So let's check. I think it has been created. Sorry, this is not it. So we have, yeah, should be this one here. So now, since it has been created, now when I come to my Sublime text here, when I come to my Sublime text here, so let me delete, let me close one. Now, this is the post table, and this is what I came up with. So I don't want to let me explain what I'm going to do here. So this is what we have. Um, Something we forgot to add. So this should be okay. So what we have here is let's see. This is okay. Okay, let's do this. Let me not save. Let's access it again. It has already saved this already. Okay, so this is the table. This I need to close it with this. Should be what here? Should it be here? Unexpected close. Okay, so I need to close this as this way. Okay, guys. So this is how this is now the table that pertains to the post table. So we just need to close this one like this. Now it has the ID, the title, the body, the image, and the user ID, and as well as the foreign user ID references the ID on users because we are using also the user. We are authenticating the user before that is the user who is associated with creating a particular post. So that's what we have under there. Now the next part here we're going to create is the comments table. So here we're going to have the comments table because the post is going to have a comment table. And the code that comes with this one is this code here. So the comments table, this is what we have. So let me just copy this one like this. So when I come to comments table, and then I look for comments table, so this is what we have. So this is what I need to copy and paste here. Now what we have here is the ID, the comment, of course. Now, and then the ID that is coming from the particular post. So when you comment a particular post, the ID of that comment will also be associated with the post ID. So you can see there's a foreign key, which of course the post ID references ID on post table so that it is able to pick the ID of that post and then the comment is submitted to that particular post. So that's what we have here. Now I needed this so that now when we run the PHP artisan my migrate to migrate all the tables we have so far, including the post and the comments table. Now let's continue installing the Laravel. So once, sorry, not the Laravel, but the Jetstream Laravel. So the next thing we need to do is to publish the Jetstream resources. And here I'm just going to copy them and paste them. You can check this in my website. So this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to publish this. Uh, this is the way of installing, of course, Jetstream in application. So it's just the way. Okay, so once you are done with that, the next part is run the npm install and the npm run dev. That, so that's what we have. The other part is to register the Jetstream service provider within the config.app.php. So when you come to config slash app, that is app.config.php here. So you need to come here and then publish this. Oh, this is the correct one. This should be this one here. So here within this part here is where we need to come and publish this. So this is what we need to have. So this is what I'm having. So I just need to come and believe this is the correct place. So I just need to come and publish this one here. Sorry, this should be here like that. So it's this just to show that you have installed your Jetstream. Although I see we also have providers Jetstream class. Okay, so now we can generate a new user model with the Jetstream, which should be now the last part of this application. So this is what we have. So here we have this. So we have these two. Remember, these are within my website. So here we have installed, I believe we installed the Livewire, which comes with the Jetstream. Now we need to go to update the user model. Let's go to users model. Let's go to the user model. The user model here, we are going to use yes. So within the user model, we are going to update the as profile, use as the profile, which is already here. Should be this one here, and then let me see these classes which are not should be imported. As is already imported. Here we have this class has been imported. So okay, so let's do this within our config file here. Let's just disable this for now. Just have this for now because I believe with the Laravel 10 it comes already with this. This is old fashioned, so bear with me for that. Now, so we are done with that. So we are done with that. Now let's go to the web.php after installing this .php. Now you can see when we come to the web.php, remember we created this controller. We created these routes. Now you can see when you install the Jetstream, it installs for you the route that should take you to uh, the Jetstream file. So let's run the PHP artisan serve. Let's see what we have so far. So this is what we have installed so far. So let's access this app. Now, before we go to, because I know we have this issue here, let's first go to, before we come back again, you can see now our Jetstream has been installed. And of course, here we need to access the register and then register, of course, some new details. Here we can have, for example, Brian, and then Brian at gmail.com, and then password is this one. You can have something like Sorry, this is what we have. And then of course it will now take us to this. So this is what we have, and of course when you go to your profile, you are able to see the profile, what you have created and so forth. I believe it's not your first time to use Jetstream. So this is what you're going to be using to authenticate, to go to the dashboard and so forth. Now looking at this one, there's a dashboard that comes by default, and you can see this is the dashboard. Now I don't want us to use this dashboard here. Instead, we'll copy some code to our index.play.php. And then, for example, I'm going to use this part here, but this part here, I'm going to take it out. So what we're going to do is we're going to I don't want us to use the dashboard um, route. I want us to change this. So what we're going to do here is that um, let's update the route service provider to redirect us to our file, which is index.play.php. That is, so this is what I'm talking about. You can see when we go to index.play.php for the admin side, you can see this is what we have. So I want us to redirect us to this particular file here. And for us to achieve this, what we're going to do here is that we are going to um, go to the route service provider, which is this one here, route service provider. Now, route service provider is the one that takes us to redirects us to the particular route that we want to go to. So here, I'm going to change this to admin slash posts like that. I'm going to change to admin slash post. And then once we are done with that one, you can save that. So now it will redirect us to the admin slash dot post, because when you go to the when you go to what when you go to let's take out this one also, it's not needed. This one we shall come back to it. There's some things we need to update there, as well as this one as well. Let's take it out. So now when you go to web.php route, you can see this is the one that takes us to the admin post. So the route is this one here, which of course is the one which takes us to the index.play.php. So what we are doing here is that what you're going to do is that before even we go further, now this backend routes, since we have used a middleware, let's change them to have the middleware so that no one can access the routes without being authenticated, since we have Jetstream now with us. So we are going to have route, and then this route, of course, is going to have the middleware. So this middleware is going to have these two, and then inside it is going to have the out like that. Then outside the out, that is, and outside the out, you're going to have group. So this means what we are doing here, we want to ensure that all these routes are authenticated when anyone wants to access them. So this is what we have, and then we are going to close this like this. So we're going to have this and then this way. So what this means basically, now we have authenticated all these routes so that all these routes no one can access them without him or her being authenticated. So that's what we have in there. Okay, so before we do anything else, let's see if all this is working. Um, let's see if all this is working. So let's try to let me. So it is saying undefined variable, because now it is identifying this as the one that it should now go to. So the error is undefined variable post, which is of course on line 18. So this is under the controllers. Sorry, this is post. This is post, not post. So I believe this error is not with any others, but we shall check as we continue. So this is what we have. So this is what we have. Okay, so now this is redirecting us to admin.post, and of course this is what we have. So we have the post, create new post, and then title, then action, and so forth. Now this tells you that we don't have the app. Let's see if we have the app dot we have the app dot bled after installing the Jetstream. It's already there because it comes with the Laravel Jetstream. Now there are some things we need to do here on this particular file here. Now within this app.bled.php, this is what I have. You can see on my Sublime text, I also copied it here. So the several things we have here is, for example, the first one I want us to start with is the styles, and the styles here I'm using Bootstrap, and you can see the Bootstrap is here. So I'm using a CDN, that is a content delivery network, whereby I'm just using the just the way you can see it. So here I'm going to first save that, and then as we check, there's something that is going to happen. As you can see now, the Bootstrap has now been imported to my application. Now this is the route that takes us to the create. Now next we have is when you go back again, you can see we have this custom.css. Now this custom.css, I have it just to change the button. You can see this button, I didn't want this color, so I changed the color. Now this particular let's go back to blade. It is within the public. It is within the public, and then within the public we have CSS. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to come here and then look for public. Uh, so public, where is public? So public is this one here. Now within this public here, we have several things. We have, for example, assets, and then assets and so on. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create a file here, a folder, not a file. And then this folder, I'm going to have the custom dot dot css, like that. So I'm going to have this, and then I'm going to copy this code there. Now once I copy this code there, then I'm going to come and copy this part here of this code, and then I look for my blade.php under the styles. Just beneath this bootstrap, I'm going to copy and paste that under there. So that should now be able to pick the custom CSS. Now next I have, let me see what else do I have. Okay, so next we have is I think the other ones are just the same way as they are. We're also going to use Alpine JS to remove the flash messages, but this one I'll show you how to do that as we continue. Okay, so that's what we have so far. And now there's something I want to show you. Now on this part of the index, part of the index. Now the part of the index here, so we have the index. Remember, we have this index. So this index has the X app layout. Now this X app layout is now the one that Jetstream came with, which is now this one here. Now I need to add something here, and what I'm going to add here, it is called X, and then I'm going to have a slot name, and then which is equal to header. This is just the dashboard for the Jetstream. This is just the dashboard for the Jetstream, and then we are going to close this. When I close this, you can see here there is no the space is there's no space here. So I'm going to use something we call a BR. just to give it a space from where this one is, so that now when you look at it, you can see, yeah, so that's what we have. So you can see there was an header which was missing on this part here. Now it has come, and that's what we have so far. Now we have this edit, we have the create, and I believe within the create, that's what we are having. So there's nothing more we need to add in there. So that's what we have so far within the create. Now let's try to create for a new post within this particular file here. Okay, so let me create. So we have this. Let's see if all is working. Okay, that's good. So we have this. So you can see everything is working. So title. So you can give how to create or how to make blog. Going to choose an image, and the image is going to be this image. Okay, we are ready here. So let's look for an image. Okay, so let's have that one. And then the image is there. Then the body, we are just going to have some text here. And then we have something like this. So let's see if this is working. So there's some issue with does not exist. So let's check this is on so this is on the validation part that we have. So let's just go and check on this validation. So this is the post controller, then the admin. Okay, so this is the part that we have. So I think I'd use marks with caps instead of the one with the small letters. So let's check if this is working. So let's continue. You can see it does not exist. Method illuminate validation. So let's just check again. Now, guys, the issue is here. So this should have been this way, or this should be this way, and then this one this way in this form. So the validated data doesn't have it's just the request and then the validate, and then the rest are okay. So that's how it should be in case you had written it wrongly. Just change this part here just to look exactly that like what you can see here, so that now we are able to create a particular post here. Now let's see if we can also do the editing. So the edit is also working, whereby we can edit, and let's say some text here changed, something like that. There's no need for the image. Um, see, this is okay. So I think we also need to have an image. You can also have the same image. Some text here changed. It is still not taking us back to the post that we need. So let me check this. Okay, guys. So this is what is there. So looking at this, there is this validation here that is it is title string maximum 255. This string body, just change it from being unique post, since this one had copied it from the Laravel website, and then just make it sure it is the same as this here, because this is what I had originally for my website. So I've just copied and pasted this same code here from this part here to this part here. So this is what is there here. Okay, so this is what you need to have, and then this should be able to work, to be able to delete the old image and then update a new image. So for example, here we have there's some text here changed, and then here, for example, I uploaded this image. Make sure the image is new, and then click update, and then it should be able to update your post. Now we are done with the backend and everything is working. The Laravel Jetstream has been installed. We have been taken to this particular URL as we wanted. So now the next part we need to do is to work on the front end views, whereby we create the front end views, and then I believe we should be able to check some few other things such as error handling and so forth. So let's continue. Okay, now let's look at the front end views. So now we are done with the backend. So on the resources, so let's go to the resources. So let's find the resources. So where basically we had created the backend views. So the resources should be somewhere here. Okay, so we have the components. So here, so on the resources and then on the views, I want you to create a folder called posts. So on the views here, we are going to create a folder. This folder, we're going to give it posts like that. Then once we give it posts like that, we are going to create an view, which is going to be index.blade.view and showblade.php. So basically that's what you're going to have. So here we have the folder created. So we are going to create this folder like this. So we're going to use the same command that we used earlier, which is touch, and then we have resources, then we have views, and then slash post, the folder we have created, and then slash index dot blade dot php. So that's what we are going to create there, and then we click create. So this is the folder, this is the file that has been created. Now this file is the one that is going to hold for us the front end view once you create a post within the admin side. And so far we already have posts which have been created, so we just now need to render them on the browser. So now going back to my Sublime text, this is what I have. So on the front end here, I have this. This is the index.blade. So this is the blade without the PHP here. So I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to paste it here. It's because this is just the front end side. Now, don't worry about these URLs here, generations URLs here. Here we are going to look at this one when we'll be generating URLs in Laravel, and I'm going to show you how to do that. Even this part of this code deals with that, so don't worry about it. It doesn't have any effect. So let's continue and update our front end view. Now, the first thing we are going to do here, we are going to update. We are going to come here on where we have the raw justify content center. So what you're going to do here, we are going to generate this code here. So we're going to have the for each. So the for each here we're going to have is we're going to give it posts as posts. And remember, I've explained to you post and post because you are looping over the post that are of course in the database, and then we are now going to render them here. Okay, so once that is done, so we have the post. Now the other part is the image part because we want the post, of course, they have image. So what you're going to have here is this two. So you're going to have this two here, and then you're going to have the asset. So the asset is going to go to that is opening and closing bracket. Sorry, this is so we are going to have storage like this, then slash. And then here we're going to have the post image, which is going to be post image like this. And then you're going to have post image. So that is what you're going to have. And of course, yeah, so that's what we have. So we are having the asset is going to the storage, and then it is identifying the image of the particular post. Now, next is the other part here, of course, if the image is not there, we're going to use the alt and then say the title of the image. For example, if the image is not there. So what you're going to do, you're just going to have post and then we're going to reference the title of the image, and that is what we have. And of course, this needs to be in this format. So that's how it's going to be. All right, guys. So that is the first thing. Then the other one we have is the card title. So under the card title, of course, we have the title of the particular image. So what you're going to have is that when the person clicks, we want him to be taken to the show blade of the image. And of course, you're going to create the show blade in just a few. So you're going to have this. So those opening brackets, and then you're going to have the route. And then this route is going to go to posts. So what you're going to have is going to have these two. And then you're going to have posts dot show. Remember, we created this one under the web dot on the front end. So this is the route for the post dot show here. So remember, we created this one. It is able to identify the ID of the particular post once we click, and then we are taken to that particular post. So that's what we have here. So that's what we have, and then we identify the post ID. So here we have this, and then we have the post and then the ID of the post like this. And then lastly, what you're going to have is the post title. So what you're going to have is just what we add here. So I'm going to copy this because you're going to use it again. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it there. So what we have here is just the post title of the particular post. Right, guys, so that's what we have. And then next, what we may want to have is the card text. And the card text here, I'll set this to something like this. So here I'm going to have the PHP str, which is this one. Now, this one is just to limit the number of words we want our website to have. For example, your post. So you can limit this by using this particular functionality. So where we're going to have this, then referencing the body. And then here we're going to have, we're going to say this is going to be 150 like this, so that at least here we are able to know that the body can take in only 150 characters and not more than that. So that's what we have there. And then finally, what you're going to have, we're going to also have the post have the date. So what you're going to have there is this. We're going to have this. So we're going to have at posts, and then the post here, we're going to reference this. So we're going to have created art. Then we're going to give this format, and then the format is going to be month, day, and here. So here, that's what we have, and then we close that like that. So here we are having this in this way, and then we are done with this. So the last part is just to end this one with the end if. So after these three divs here, we're going to have this one end. We're going to have the end for each, because remember we started with the for each, which is this one here, like that. And guys, this is the part for the front end. Now you can see there is something here. We have the X front layout. Now this one is the one that is just like the app blade, which is of course the one that is the main file which renders what is on the backend on the admin side. So this one does the same on the front end side. So what you're going to do here, before we go further, you're going to create it. And to create it, we need to go to what we call the components. So Control P, and then type components. So type components here. Now, when you type components here, you should be able to access the components of your application. You can also find it on this part here. This is the part here. So on this part of the components here, this is where I want you to create the front-end layout. I want you to click this one and then create a new file. So this file, you're going to call it front, then going to give it a dash there, and then front-end layout dot bled dot php. So that's what you're going to have there. So you're going to have it in this way. So this is very important to ensure that the name matches and all this. Now for this front-end layout, I already have this code here within my, this is what I have. And what we have here is it just has the name of the blog. I changed this to my blog. So you may want to change that. And it's also found in my website in case you want it. So there's nothing add. Now what I've done here, I've imported Bootstrap 5. This is what I'm using. Then there is a file here, which is the asset, which has the CSS style.css. You're going to create it. It has some stylings for the front end. Remember, we are not dealing with stylings. And then lastly, it has a footer. This footer is just basically the footer to present that part which is always lying on the bottom of any website, which basically just shows us the year and the year we are in. So we just have the date here. So I believe this is easy. There is nothing to add here or any complicated. So I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to paste it here. So this is going to present the footer part of my website. Then you're going to have this style.css. Now this style.css, I need to create it. So what I can do here, let me look for the public. Remember how we created the other one. So public here, remember we went to CSS. So here I'm going to create style CSS. Now this style.css, going back to my, it has this. Now it has the CSS for the card. It also has the CSS for navbar because you're going to add a navbar to our website in just a second. So it has the styling for these two, and I believe this is front end, so I'm not going to discuss about this. So just some styling for the card, title, the image, of course, just like the way you saw the earlier demo. So this is just what I have so far. So I'm going to copy it there. For the navbar, we are going to create that one. So just know that styling is for both navbar, sorry, and the card. And then I save this one. So that is the front end layout. So this front end layout is representing this one, and it also has the styling for the card and the navbar, which we are going to create in just a second. So guys, I believe you are good there. So let's create the navbar. Let us create the navbar before we go any further. So the navbar is going to be created on the resources views and then navbar. So we are going to have the same touch command. We are going to go to resources views and then navbar dot bled dot php. So I'm going to have it created there. So and then I just come here and then access the navbar like this. So we have it there. Now this navbar has this particular code here. So let's go to this. So this navbar here, it has this code here. So this code is just basically a front-end code. There's no PHP there. So I'm going to copy this navbar and then add it here. Remember the stylings are already in the style.css, the one I've just explained to you. So this is what we have on this navbar. Now this navbar, let's add some PHP. So what we can add here, the first part is this part here. For example, we're going to have this as the URL. We're going to have this like this. So what we have here is this. So this one is just taking us to home. When somebody clicks on web dev, it takes him to home. So this represents the route that we have. What next do we have there? So I don't think there's any other part we need unless we find it necessary to add any other part. So we don't have that. So that's the only part we want us to have. Now let's create the other bled file, which is the show bled. So the show blade is going to be created in this way. So let's access the other one. So here we are going to have the show blade and we're going to create it this way. Still on the posts. So we're going to have it there. Now the show blade here, the front end part is this. This is the front end part. It has the stylings for showing you the post as well as the comments, because remember our blog has comments. So this part deals with comments, whereby you can add a comment to the particular blog that you have. So let's do this. So I'm going to copy this front end part and then I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to do some additions. So the first addition here that I'm going to have is this one here. Remember, we need the X front end layout that we created so far. And then here I'm going to have the same, which is that one like that, so that it can now know what to present to our browser. Now let's begin with the PHP. So let's add some PHP. Now where we see the text align center here, we're going to add some. Here we want to have the post title. So we're going to have the post title. So we're going to have something like that. So that is the post title. The next part we're going to have is the part for the image. And the part for the image is just what we add here. So I'm going to copy this part of the code because we are still presenting the same image. Let me see if the code, yeah, so this is still the same thing. So I'm going to copy this and paste it like that. Now the next part here we want to have is the body. So the body, we're also going to have the body. I think we already had that code here. We add it somewhere. Let me see. Okay, so let's just write it. So we are going to write. So let's write this. So we're going to have for the body. So we're going to have this. So the post, and then you're going to have body. So the body of the post. Next, we're going to have is we're also going to have the year. That is what we add here. For example, when the post was created and so forth. So let's see if this codes match. We have small class muted and so forth. So we are going to have the same thing here. So we're going to have this as just the same way we add. So I'm going to copy this and paste it on this part here. Okay, so we'll have that part as it is. The other part is for the comments, and the comments, we are going to create that control. I believe we created the controller. Just check. We created the controller, comment controller, I believe. If we did not create it, we shall create it. I don't think it's there, but we shall create it, and I believe we created it at some point. So let me just look at this. So I believe controllers, we only have the admin controller. Okay, so we shall create a controller for the comments, whereby we shall be dealing with code for both the post controller for the front end side and the comment controller as well. So let's do this. So let's add some code here. The first code here we're going to do. So we are going to add this. So let's begin. So the first part here is for each. We're going to have the for each, which of course it is referencing the posts and the comment. So post is pointing to the comments, and then we are having uh, comments. So now what does this mean? This means that we are referencing the comments as comments. Remember, we have this table. So we are picking a comment associated with a post. So that's what it means here. So that's what this actually means. So a comment must be associated with, or we are associating a comment with the post. Then now when you go down there, we have the body. We want the comment body. So we are going to have this. So here we have the PHP sign, and then we have the body like that. So that is the comment body. Then next, what you're going to have is the comment. Of course, this part we have already discussed about this part, which is this one here. Let me copy it and paste it here, whereby we are going to show the date in which the comment was created. So here we have the, now here we are not going to have post, but we are going to have the comment. So we're going to have the comment, and then the comment was created. What day was the comment created? Okay, so now once we are done with that one, we are going to end this one with end for each. Sorry, this is so this is the one. So the end the for each. Our next part is there we have now the part now where you add a comment. So what you're going to have, you're going to have a route here. And I believe, I don't know if we have that controller set, but we are going to set it now. So we have the route here. We have this route, and then this route takes you to the comment.store. And then of course the comment will be stored within the database, whereby we have the comments table. So that's what we have. So we are routing to the comments.store, and then we are picking the comment. That is, the comment is stored, and then we are able to see it. So add the comment. So this is the part which leads you to add the comment. So here we're going to have, we have post ID, and then here we need to have a value, which of course represents the posts. So it's picking a particular post. Of course, the post that you have clicked on, it has an ID which is special, so which is unique. Sorry, and then we have the post ID, and then we are able to submit that particular comment to your uh, to that post. So that's what we have. So we need to have that just like that. So it's simple. So here the value here, it needs to be, so needs to be in this. So we are going to have it that way. Okay, guys, so that's what we have. Now, the next, the other thing is here, let's create this controller. So PHP artisan make controller. This controller is going to be comment controller like this. Unless we created this controller, which I'm not sure. So let's check if this controller, so the controller is created. Should be having the comment controller. So this is the comment controller. So let's write some code here. Now the first part here we're going to write on the comment controller is we're going to come up with a function, and this function is going to be function store, whereby we're going to have requests, and then of course so we're going to have requests, and then here we're going to have as well as post ID like that. Okay, so we have that, and then we have the post ID. Sorry, this is not, sorry, this is not this way, just the post ID that way. So here we have the, we are going to validate, of course, so that we ensure that whatever is submitted is correct. So validated, and then data, which is equal to request. So here we have validate. So under the validate, you're going to have, sorry, you're going to have this. So before you submit, you need to, okay, so this is what we have. So this is going to be required. Sorry, this needs to be string. So that's what we have. And then you're going to close this like that. Okay, so next is once we are done with that one, the next part is here. Now, once it has been validated and all that, so now we are going to post a comment into our database, and this is what we are going to have. So comment is equals to new comment. That tells you that is a model. You may need to have it if it's not created. And then you're going to have the next part is comment, which is equal to, sorry, comment the body, which is equal to the validated data. And of course, the validated data is the body. Then comment um, referencing the post ID, and then at post ID. Now you can see here what we have here is the post ID. Let me first write this, the last one here. So the last one we're going to have is the comment, and then save the comment. So that's what we have in there. Now, once the comment has been saved, we can use the return redirect comment. So here we have return redirect, whereby we have post. Sorry, we have this as a post, and then we have the post ID, whereby we're going to return it with. So we have with success. And I'm going to show you how we return this flash messages within our application. So here we have the last one is a comment um, created successfully. Okay, so that's what we have, and that's it for the comment. Now this comment controller means that we need to create this controller because it is not being identified, and of course if we use the import class, so you can see it is not there. So what we need to do here is to come here, type PHP artisan make model. The model here is comment. So the model here is comment, and let's access the comment, which is here. Now this one you need to update it with some uh, some code. Now, especially now for the comment, there are several things you're going to do. So for example, this part here, we're going to have protected this fillable. So of course, within our database, this has to be there. So here we're going to have body, because those are the credentials that we want, or which are within our database, and of course the post ID. So here we have the post ID, and what we have here is we have this like this. Then here we end with that way. Now the other part here we're going to have is the public. We're going to have public post. Sorry, this is not public function post. whereby we have this. So we have now here we are going to establish some some relationship. Sorry. So relationship here is just we are going to set this to be this belongs to post and then many class. So this is what we have. Now, I spoke about eloquent relationships in some posts in some tutorials before. So you may want to check that one out. And I explained what eloquent relationships are. So this is this belongs to this is posts. So this one means that a comment belongs to a particular post. So this is it has the one to many and many to one. So a post belongs to that is a comment belongs to a particular post. So one comment to a particular. So you may or sorry, we have different comments belonging to one comment. So many to one. So this is many to one. Sorry, so many to one. So what we have here is we have post and then we have so to one, many to one. Okay, so we are done with that one. So that is the part for the comment, and this one is very important. So that now here we can now import this one because it's now already established there. So this one, this error will now go away. Now the other part is also the post model. We need to do something about it. So we created, but we did not update it. Now this post model, of course, it has, first of all, it has the whatever is on the back end for our post. For example, when submitting the post. So here we need to have the same thing we add. So we need to have a protected fillable, just like what we add here. Sorry, this is on the comment. I'm looking for the model. Okay, so we need to have this. Sorry, I'm going to copy this. Then we need to place it there. So here I'm going to add this. So we're going to have title like that. So title body, and then here we're going to have the user ID. The person who is logged in should be able to be identified. So and then next we're going to have here is the public function. Public function user like this. Then we're going to have the curly braces. Now here we're going to establish that many to one as well, because a user could be having more than one post. So this is one to many, one to many, many to one. Yeah, so this is the kind of relationship that we have here. So here we're going to return this. So this, and then uh, belongs to, going to have the user and class. So we have user class. Now the next part we are going to have, we're also going to establish the relationship between the comment and the post, even in the so in the comment.php, what we established here was the post. Yeah, the post, because there is a relationship between the post and the comment, whereby we said a comment can belong, several comments can belong to one post. So that one means it's many to one. That is, we have one post but many comments within that particular post. So here on the post.php, what we have here is we have um, we have the user, of course, who can also have more than one post. So that is one to many. We also have now, we establish now the relationship of the comment here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to copy this like this, and then I'm going to copy and paste it here. So this, what we're going to have here is we're going to have comments like that, and then here we're going to have this, and then we're going to say as many. So as many, and then here we're going to have the comment model, which is coming from the comment class, of course. So that's what we have on this part here. This is very important. So we have established that a comment, as we can have many comments within one post. So as many, so many to one, many to one. And the other one, of course, it is what we have, that is, this belongs a particular post, of course. Uh, a particular comment, of course, belongs to a particular post. So we have one and to many, and then many to one. So now the other part is the public, and the public here we're going to we're going to set. There's a part we forgot for the image. Just want you to observe this. So we have public set image. The image that we created earlier, we're going to have public set image, and then here we have image path, which is equals to, remember the image that we created on the first part of our website. So store, and then public slash images, and then we have at this. So here what we have is, sorry, we have image, and then path is equals to string. Now what we are doing here, we're just emphasizing what we add. For example, the string replace, remember we said it's the part for to eliminate any the URL from not being found. And of course, here we are just replacing the public so that we can have the image being found. So that is what we have here. So we have the string, and then we have storage. So the storage, what we have is, then we have image, then we have the image path. So that's what we have, guys, so far, and that's what you need to have in your the two blades, the one for the comment and for the post.php. So that's what you need to have on these two of them. So you need to have the title, the body, user ID. You need to establish the relationship between comments and posts, and as well as users and the posts. This is very important. And also the comment, you need to come and establish the relationship between post and the comment. So that's what you need to have in there. Now, next is what do we have next? Now, let's look at before we end up there, let's look at the post controller for the front end before we go to something else, and then we're able to run and see if our code is working. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to create a post controller. So we're going to have the same PHP artisan make controller, and this controller is going to be post controller. This controller is going to be controller that is going to handle. So this controller, remember, it is outside. We have the controller, post controller within the admin, and we have the post controller outside the admin. So the one I'm talking about is the one that is inside the admin. Now, this controller is going to do several things. the first thing it is going to do, we are going to have is the public function, and then here I'm going to have the index. Then this index is going to be post like that. And then here I'm going to have going to define post variable, which is going to, here I just want to show the post now into the web browser. So I'm going to order them by created at. So I'm going to have this. So we're going to have this created at, and then we're going to have like this, and then we're going to have this. So we're going to have paginate, and then the paginate, we're going to paginate 2 because I want to present only 2. Okay, and then the last part is the return the view, which of course the view is post dot index. Remember we created these controllers, so then the other part is complete post. Okay, so that's what we have in there. So that's what we have. Now the other part here that I'm going to copy. So let me copy this part is the show blade, because remember we have the show blade. So here we're going to have the public function show, which is going to take in post and post, and then here we're not going to have this, but we still have the one that shows, so it returns the post dot show, and then you're going to compact this to post, not posts. It's going to be post like that. I believe this should be imported because it is already there. Okay, so that's what we have on the controller side, and that's what we should be able to find. When we go to web.php, let's check if we have the route for. So you can see we have the post.show, post.index, and then we have the comments controller, which is this one we created, and then it is going to the comments.store. Remember we created that one under the show blade, whereby we created on this form here. This is the part we created at this. This is the part. So don't forget about this. Okay, guys. So now we can run this before we go any further, and let's see if this is working. So here I'm going to run the PHP artisan serve command. Remember I'm using the XAMPP here. It is on. So I click, that is I enter. So here we're going to run this on our browser, and then I'm going to run the, sorry, this should not be that way. So it should be 127. As well, you can also come here and click on this one by, it should be able to, okay, so this is, okay, let me just copy the way it is, because that's where it is serving our, okay, let me click enter. Now, so here we have undefined variable posts within the X fronted layout. So let's just check this one. So here we have posts, is posts. So do you have any other error? So this is the error that we have. So let's go to the controller itself, the front-end post controller. So this is what, let's check. So here we have posts. Here we have, okay, so we said compact this as posts. Okay, I changed this, but should still be the post with S, not the other way around. should compact the posts like that. Okay, right. So it looks we have nothing here. Don't know why this is so, but you can see now this is the footer, which is coming from the front end layout. So let's see what is happening. So it means in our, not in our show blade, but in our index page, this is what we have. Should be able to render the image. Okay, so let's see. This is index.blade.php. Let's see within our database if we have any post that has been created. Let's just check this and see. So my Laravel blog 10 is the one that we created. So let's go to posts. Because remember we inserted data here and the data was recorded, and you can see here, so far we only have one post, how to make a blog, and we have an image. So I believe this one should be able to show within our website, should be able to show, unless there's something that is not working. So the front end layout is this one. Sorry, we are looking at the wrong one. This is the one that we should be able to observe. Oh, sorry, I forgot to include this too. We need to have it at include the navbar, which is the navbar that we created. And then this slot is the one that is associated with the X front layout. So I forgot those two. That's why it is not finding. It's only finding the footer, but it is not finding the main content. Since that was what we have. So that's why it is just showing the footer. So I think that's the only part that we need to have. So this is what we have so far. So the blog post is one. You can see it is how to make the a blog, and then of course the body text, and then when it was created. Now we have this. I don't know why this is happening. The style should be able to work. Let me see what we have here. So we have styles.css, I believe. So what I'm seeing here is mine is styles, but this one I created was styles. So I need to rename this. That is F function F2 to rename, and then I just need to add that S, and then I believe this should be able to work. So there are some styles which are not being fetched out. So still not being, I believe maybe it's not finding it. Let's just check again. So here we have is this is a CSS styles. Now there's something we are going to look at which is called asset bundling, whereby we are able to combine these two CSS files together instead of us having them separate. And I believe that's what we'll need to do next. So this is styles.css. I believe it's in the right place. But I'm seeing this is public. Or this is not in the correct place. It needs to be, this file needs to be within the CSS of the public, because the public is here. Yes, this is where it needs to be. So let's check. Yes, it needs to be there. So it was not in the right place. That's why it is not happening. So let's do this again. You can see now the CSS has been applied now, and our website is looking just as expected. Now we are able to click this, and then we are taken to the show blade. I can see we also have undefined. So we also need to check. This one is on the post, and what we have here is, let's go to the post controller. So the post controller here we have is okay. So here we are returning compact posts. So here we are returning the view post.show, and then we are compacting the post but not post. So the post is on the first part, because on the index, when I look at it, I can see on the index what we have here is we have already post, which is defined within the for each. But on the show blade here, what we are returning here is the single blog posts here when the person clicks. So we are only returning a single post, and that's why it is only one post there. So we need to have it changed to only one post. And I believe we are now able to get something similar. All right, guys, so that is what we have. So far, that is what we have. Let's see if we're able to add a comment. Some blog posts, something like that. And then let's submit and see if it's all working. So you can see the post has been, the comment has been submitted and all is working well. Remember, we added that the URL. So let's create also another post. So let's go to the backend. Let's go to the backend by going to the login. Let's add one more post. Let's add one more post. Sorry, I think I've been adding too many. Believe this should be the one. Okay. Maybe I update the path. No, it's okay. So let's create another new post here. How to write an ebook, and then I'm just choosing a random image. So for example, let's choose for that laptop there. Here I have some text here, and then yeah, we create a particular post. Is there anything missing? Okay, so the post has been created, and then we refresh here. We're able to see the other particular post has now been created, and here is our blog looking nice, professional. Yeah, so guys, so that's what we have so far. So let's continue to something we call asset bundling. Asset bundling. Now, what is asset bundling? Let's get in there. So asset bundling is whereby you are able to do what we call the, let's say you have many CSS files, but you don't want to have them separate. You want to bundle them together so that you can be able to use them together. So basically, that's what asset bundling is, and the one we're going to look at it's very simple. Although with the Laravel 10 onwards, we have what we call the Vite. So the Vite has replaced the Laravel mix in the new Laravel installations. But we're going to use the mix, although I will discuss about the Vite in some other videos. So let's begin. So here we have two files. We have custom.css. Remember, this is what, and style.css. So I want to bundle them together so that we only have one single file. We don't have many. Remember, you could be having different CSS files which are pointing to different, or which are styled in different parts of your pages. But then you want to bundle them so that you can also reduce that is, you can enable what we call the fast loading of your website. And that is very important when you're making your website. So let's begin. So the first thing you're going to do here, you're going to do this. Uh, you're going to install the the Laravel mix. The first command here is npm init. However, you can also navigate to their website. We have the Laravel mix, I believe. So the website is also here. the website here. It is developed by a guy called Jeffrey, and is the one uh, who is the author of this documentation. So you may want to come and check it out if you want to learn more about it, or if it's your first time hearing about Laravel Mix, you may want to check on it. So npm init and then we're going to click enter. I believe these are the right commands. Okay, so this one is checking if what we have so far. I believe we don't have it, so let's install it by running this command here. Or however, I can also copy it here just to save time. So this is the one here. So let's just install the Laravel mix like that. Okay, now it has been installed. So next, what we need to create is we are going to use this start command to make a file called webpack.mix.js. So we are going to have this file. So create that file. This file is normally created at the root of your application. So you're going to have it. So this is the file that we have now created. Now in this file, we need to update this code. And of course, this code is also here on their website. So this is what we have. So we are going to update this. So you're going to paste it here. Now we are requiring Laravel mix. And then here, what you're going to mix here is our style. So I'm going to change this to styles. And then here, what we're going to have is here, we're going to the public. And of course, within the public, and then we're going to slash CSS and then slash custom. So here we have custom.css like that. Sorry. Then I'm going to copy this because it is still the same thing. And then here, sorry, this is so here we have that. Then after that, we have also this like that. And then here we have the styles.css. So we have public like this, and then we have the style.css. And then here, what you're going to do, we're going to have the public. Sorry, this is going to have this one like this. Going to have this one in this way. So this is what we have. And then here, going to have this in this way. I'm going to paste this one here. Now here you can just give this to, for example, I'm going to give it all.css. So all.css is going to be name of my file here. And then this one you'll also want to give it like this. So we have all.css. Now what's happening here is that they will all be converted to this particular styling that you can see here. The public slash css, the public css styles.css like this. So this is what we have. I don't have that. And then we are going to have the public css and then all.css. Now they're going to be converted to this particular type of file. So that's what we are going to have. So once we are done with this one, what you need to do is you need to run this command called npx and then mix, so that now it can mix the two files that we have finished creating here. So I'm going to run this one and then let's see what is going to happen. So just identify your .css files and then convert them as this, as you can see what we have here. Okay, so let's wait for it to do necessary. So you can see this is successful. So the Webpack has compiled. So what we can do here, we can look for all.css and you'll find that it has now been created, which has now the stylings that we had so far. Now what you can do here is just go to wherever the app, for example, the app.blade, which is this one here. This one you can now change it to all.css. You can also go to the front end layout. Remember the two blade files which are running our front and back. Change this to all.css and you're good to go. This is the simplest way. Although we have Vite, you can see here we have Vite which has been introduced, which I've not used. So we shall look at this one in future tutorials because Laravel 10 onwards is Laravel mix, has been replaced with Vite. So that's what we have there. Now, if I run the same PHP SAP, remember now I've replaced this one. I believe the styling should still remain the same. Nothing should change. As you can see here, we have this, and then we have this so far. So you can see that nothing has changed because now they have been bundled together in one file. And that is what we call asset bundling. So now next I want us to look at so far we have looked at several items. When we come back here again and check on the basics, so far we have looked at quite some topics. So we have routing middleware, we have checked CSRF protection, controllers. Now I want us to look at request and responses. Remember we have looked at now asset bundling. So, and then we shall finish up with the URL generation, session validation. Validation we have looked at. Remember, we have looked at how validation works. Remember, here we checked on this part here. Sorry. Um, Actually, validation is um, almost every part. So you can see here on this part here. Here we looked at validation because for you to be able to enter to submit a post to your database, it has to be validated. If there's a title, there's a body, there's an image. So this is what is called validation, and we have checked that. So the other part which I check is error handling and also as well as login. So let's look at requests here. Let's look at request here. Now, what is request? Let's look at that. Now, on Laravel request. Now, what are Laravel requests? So requests are important feature in Laravel that will enable you to validate incoming data before processing it. So Laravel request or request in Laravel, they function the same as validating data. Remember, this is basically this is so when you come here, um, this is okay. So here, what you need to know is that this is Laravel um, validation. So this is what we have. So Laravel validation. Now we have what we also call the Laravel request. So what is the difference between the two? Now with the Laravel request, you can validate data as the user enters data when creating or updating a blog or a comment. But then the good thing with request, they will enable you to save or to make your code more cleaner because you don't have to write all this. For example, when you want to validate your post or comment. So basically, that's how it works. We also have request, for example, when we want to request, for example, the name. For example, you can see even here we are using the request so that we can validate. So we are requesting the validate functionality so that we can validate the title, the body, and the image. So basically, that's how they work. So let's begin. So let's now deal with the request in Laravel. Now, what I want you to do, I just want you to come on your terminal here and type PHP artisan make a request. So we're going to have make request, and then here you're going to type create a post request. So here we have posts, and then like that. Okay, so we have posts and then request. So we have PHP artisan make request and then create post request. So that's what we are going to have there. Now you click this one, enter. So what it's going to do, it's going to create a request within your app HTTP blade. So where we have the app, of course the app is the one on top here. So you come to app and then to HTTP, and then you go to requests within your. So here is what we have. So it's this one which has been created. And now this is what we have. So here you can define, for example, the validation rules that will apply to the request that you want to make. And as well, so they will be applied and placed in here. Now, what you're going to do here, we are going to allow the users to, so for example, this one, I'm going to turn it to true. And then I explain to you what it's going to do. So allow true. And then here, we're going to have this comment, which is going to say allow users. In other words, allow all users to use uh, this request. So that's what we have. So we allow the users to use this request, and this means that they are going to use this request in order for them to make sure their post and comment is all validated. So here we are going to return the the items that we want to validate. And of course, what we want to validate is what we have in here. So here I want to validate the title, the image, and so forth. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to to cut this because we are already now we are going to use the post create request to validate our data. So here we don't need this anymore. So I'm going to copy them and then I'm going to paste them there. So that's what we are going to have in there. Now, once that is created, the next thing we need to do, since we cut it, we had to cut this. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to change this from now the request here, and I'm going to have create. I'm going to have create uh, posts a request which is coming from the post, and you can see that's what we have there. Now this one is not going to be now validation, it's going to be the Laravel request because that's what we are doing. So that is well to make our code understandable. So I'm going to remove this. So we don't need this. So I'm going to remove. And then what I'm going to have, I'm going to have the data, and then I'm going to have this equals to requests, and then I'm going to have this keyword here validated like that. So that's what I have. The image part is going to be it's going to remain as it is. So data at request validated. Now I need to change this too because now we are using the data whereby it is going to the request, and then is you can see the request is coming from the app HTTP request create post. So that means we need to change this. And what you're going to change this, you're going to change this as like this. So we're going to have data there. And then I'm going also to have the same thing here. I'm also going to have data like that. So we have the title and then the body and so forth. So the rest are going to remain the same. The rest are going to remain the same. And that's it. So that this is now this is going to the it's going to this file here, and then it will be able to validate our post even. Now, one thing we have eliminated here is the code that we had written here. We have separated it so it makes your code much cleaner instead of you having all this in one place. So if you're having an application whereby you have the validation here, you can change it by following this simple way. So that's what we have, and we can run our application just to check to ensure that this is working. So we have this, and then I'm just going to have this application. So let's go to, this is the front end. So let me go to the back end where we have the Laravel Jetstream. I hope this is the same password. Okay, so let me just change this. So this is what we have. Okay, so now when we want to create, of course, a new post, and let's say I type the title, for example, how to make ebook, for example. Now, since we are doing validation for image and also for body, so I may want to, okay, it will have to validate. Like it can't create a post without the image and the body because they are under validation. So when I click create here, I have to fill this field, of course, and I have also to submit an image here. So this simply means that this is working, and we have we have the validation working for the request. So this is what request is all about. So right guys, so the next thing we want to check, let's go back again to our Laravel website. So let's go to documentation. Now, so we have looked at several things, and I believe we are now almost completing this. So let's look at now. We have responses. We have looked at asset bundling. We also have the session. So let's look at responses since it follows request. So what are responses? Let's look at this. So we have HTTP responses, and of course, responses is just what the routes controllers return a response back to the user's browser. So that's basically is what is called a response. So we have already been dealing with responses because, for example, we have our web.php whereby we have been returning several items. For example, posts. We have been returning this to the web browser or also to the database and so forth. So basically, response is just returning something to the user. Okay, so now let's do some examples that show responses. So for example, let's go to the post controller. Um, let's go to the admin and let's go to the show method, the admin. For example, now if we want to return, for example, in our post controller, let's say we want to return a JSON response of a single post. For example, just one of our posts here, we can have something like this. So I'll disable this. Remember, this is the show blade. So Control K and C. So here I'm going to have to return response, and then this is what I'm going to have. So I'll have JSON. Sorry, this should be this way. Okay, so we can return something like the ID. So we can return the ID in this way. So we can return ID, for example. So here we say post ID. That is the ID of the post. And then we'll have something like this. Next, we can also return the title because remember these are the items that we have within our database. So we have this. So here we can return the title. So here we have to indicate title here. Then we can also return the body. So we have body. So we have body, then next we have so we have created art. So we have created art, and then lastly we have is the updated art. So basically we just want to return the JSON of this particular single post. So updated art, and then here we're going to update this. So updated art that way. So we are returning a JSON like this, and then here we need to have this. There we are good to go. So now here we have now this is going to be post because we are referencing post. So we're going to have post there. Then here we're going to have the ID post like that. Okay, so we return this. So basically that's what we have. Okay, now okay, now let's return this for the front end. This should not be this one actually. So let's leave this one as it is. Let's return this to the, I'll show you where we are going to use this. So let me disable this, then this should return the ID just like it was. So this should just be the ID like that. So let's go to the other one, which is the for the one for the front end. It should be, where is it? Should be this one here. So what we're going to do here, we are going to disable this for now. Then I'm going to have this particular code here. So this one I should close it. Sorry, this should be, it should be that way. So this is what we are going to return. So we are going to return this, and okay, so let's access our front end. So what is going to happen here? When I click on the particular single post, it will just return the JSON of that particular post. So this is what is called a response, and we are returning it in terms of JSON. Now, in your admin controller, since that's where we were before, so let's go back again. We have the post controller, then admin. So what I'm going to do here, where we have the all, you can also do something like this. You can come down here and then say something like return. So return response. Now, mostly this would apply when you're using an API. I've done some tutorial on API, so you may want to check that. So here we have post, then we have post. Okay, so what we are doing here, we want to return this post. In other words, we want to return this a JSON a JSON response for all the list of posts that we have within this. So here I'm going to disable this now, and then we have the post all because we are returning all the posts. And then here I want the JSON of this post. So I'm just that's what I'm returning here. So let's go to the backend, and then the backend, let's go to back to the dashboard. Sorry, we are not using this dashboard. Let's go back to the other dashboard. Yeah, so you can see here, this is what we have. So we are now returning this post as a JSON. So when you're dealing with API, you will use responses very much because you'll be returning uh, um, particular data in a JSON format, and then you are able to see what is happening there when you're integrating, of course, a front end, for example, React.js, and the back end, let's say Laravel. So basically, JSON responses are used in that most of the time. So here, what you have done, you are just returning a response of this particular post, and then yeah, that's what we have in there. Now, you can also use responses in Laravel, for example, when you want to return a file download. And of course, you may have a function download, which returns, for example, the path to a file, for example, a PDF file, whereby, for example, people are able to download. Let's say you have a music shop, whereby if somebody purchases a particular music product, he's able to download that particular file. Maybe it is in MP3 or it is a PDF or it's like an e-commerce. So basically, responses are used in that part because we allow something like so you may have something. Let's say let's first disable this because you are not using this for now. So let me just leave it there and then let's take out this so that we can have our normal post returned as they were. So that's what we have. Now you may have something. Let's go to the front end. Let's go to the front end controller. So you may have even this one. Let me disable this for now since you may not use it. Let me now. So you may have, for example, something like this. Let's say here. So you have a return, and then you have return, and then return response, and then what you have there is return response, and then you have download because I'm talking about the. For example, you want to return a download. You want somebody to be able to check a particular file if it has been uh, once he purchases, is able to download that file. So we have file name dot PDF, and then we have headers. So here what we have headers in that way. So that's what we have. Yeah. So we return the file and then the file.pdf and then the headers and then so forth. Now you can see here what we have is the file that to be downloaded. That is, this one denotes the file, and the file, of course, is the file that you have. And then we have headers because, for example, we have something like headers array, and then the content type is application slash PDF. So, and then file is a public path to where the file is. And then the file here is file.pdf. So that's what we have. So we have the file standing for the path. The headers stands for the content type. Application is the PDF. And then now we use the return response with the download keyword so that now the person is able to be taken to that particular place or that is that particular path so that he can download the file that you want him or her to do so. Probably I could have written the other code, but let me just stop there. Okay, guys. So let's look at the next item. The next item here should be, since we have looked at requests, we have dealt with all this up to here. Views, blade templates basically is what we have been checking at because we have been writing a lot of blade templates here. So this is basically the blade template, and that's how we create them. They have the .php extensions, and basically they are powerful because they enable you to use the Laravel features. Unlike if, for example, you could have index.php whereby you could be using the PHP alone. So blade templates, we have looked at them. Now we asset bundling. Now let's go to URL generation. Let's look at URL generation as we finish up with the session and the error handling and the login. Okay. Now, URL generation provides several helpers to assist you in generating URLs for your application. So you may have URLs, which of course they function the same way as the routes. So basically, they have the same functionality. There's not much differences that we'll have. Now, let's look at them. Now, let's go to controllers. And then within the controller here, what you're going to have, this is for, yeah, this is the front end side. So what you are going to have here, let's look at what are the Laravel URL generation. And basically, this is what we'll be looking at. So, for example, if we want to return, now let me just do this since we have. Let me just do this. So now let's generate the first URL, and this is what I want us to do. So here we have the post, and then let's start with the first one. So the first one is going to be generate a URL using the URL the URL helper function. Now what we have here is we are going to generate a URL like this. So we have URL, and then of course this is going to be that way. And then you're going to say is equals to URL, then slash post. Now I want you to look at this URL. You can see this URL, what it does here. It's just returning a post, just returning a single slash post. In other words, as if you want to access a particular post, you're going to get this URL, and then you're going to in other words, you're taken to that particular post. So that is the first part of this. Another one here is to generate a URL using the route function. So I want you to take note of this because they are very important for you to know. So here we're going to generate URL using the route helper function, and this is what we're going to have here. So we are going to have the route. So the URL route helper function. So you're going to have route URL, which is equals to the route, and then into, for example, let's say I want to return posts dot index, and of course we have that here. So basically this is going to do the same thing as this. Actually, we don't even need this one now. So we can disable this because now we are using the URL generation. So here we are going to have this like that. And yeah, so we are generating this. So this one belongs there. The other one there we are going to do, it's going to be generate a URL use for a named, so generate a URL for a named route. So we are going to have that one. So for a named route with a parameter. So basically you already understand this. Let's have it first. So you can see here what we have is we have, for example, we have post, which is equals to post, and of course we have that since the model, and then we're going to generate the first, going to pick first, and then here we're going to have at post URL, which is equal to URL, then into post. Sorry, this is post, and then we're going to have post like that, and then the ID. So this is what we have. So we have the post URL, and then the post URL is going to the post, is going to the ID of the post. So this URL here, which is generated, is for a route which has a named parameter. And of course, we looked at this in web.php. Remember, this is the route with the named parameter here. This is what we call the route with the named parameter. And then basically what we have here, going back again, is that which one did we go to? What we have here, we want the post and then the post ID, the name of that is the post with the ID of the post. So we want to take in a single post. Now we also have another one here. So we generate a URL with a secure um, with a secure HTTPS. So whereby we have something like this. Now what we have here, we are going to have is secure, and then I'm going to show you how we access this route so that you are able to see what is happening here. Maybe you have not understood it so far, but then here we have the URL like this. Then going to have secure. So this URL is going to be generated. For example, when you have the SSL, the SSL, that is the one that is involved in ensuring that your website uh, is validated. And of course, here we want, when we go to that post, it should have the HTTP with the S. The S is for the securing that particular URL. And then lastly, we're going to have is we're going to generate a URL with a trailing slash, and what we have there is the trailing. We're going to have trailing slash URL, which is equal to the URL of course, and then to the post itself. Okay, so that's what we have. That's what we have, and then here we are still not done. So we're going to have this, and then we're going to have something like that. So that's what we have. So the trailing is with single L, not double L. So it should be with single. So that's what, so here what we have, we are generating this, all this, and then now instead of using the one that we add here, what you're going to use here is this one here. We're going to return this, we're going to return this view in this way. So we're going to have, of course, the posts, return posts dot index compact. So I'm going to copy this one so that we don't write the same thing again. So return post dot index compact posts, and then we have several other items that we are going to compact. We also have the URL. Then we have the route URL like that. We also have the post URL because we also came up with this. So here we have the post URL. We have secure URL because we also add that one as well. We also have the other one, which is now this one. Let me just copy it to ensure it is correct. So we have this. Now, this is what we have so far. This is what we have so far. Now, this should be able to return for us the same thing that we had before, only that we have been able to come up with this. You can see now those particular errors that of undefined went away, and you can see this one has been imported because we need it, because now we are generating. So you can see here we have generated several URLs, and I'm going to show you, for example, like this one, how we are going to access it, as well as this one, and so forth. So now this is what we have, unless there's any error of salt. So that's what we have, and I've saved this. So let me reload this application. Let's go back. Let me have this again. So you can now see there's nothing, uh, everything is still working good, because now we have changed this to this here. So this is what we are using here. Um, now, there's, for example, let's say we come back to the index. So you come back to the index. So let's go to the index of the front end. It should be this one here. Now here you can see I had something here, place URL generation here. Now I'm going to show you that one in a bit. Now the first one I want to show you is this one here. This is the route that takes us to the show blade, and it's this one. It's using the route URL. Now here I'm going to disable this. So I'm going to disable this like this, and then we are now going to use this one here, since I had it here, but I never got to remove it. So this is a URL for a specific blog post, as I've written. Now you can see what we have here is that we have the URL, and then we have post, and then post ID, just like we had here, but there's a difference here. The first one is taking us to post show, because that's what we have defined on our controller. But this one is taking, it is having post and then the post ID. So take note of that difference, so that now when we save this and go back, refresh this, of course. Now if we click the first post here, we are still taken to the post as we expected. So that's what we have in there. So there's not much difference. You can use the two, the URL generation, and you can see the one that is taking us to the single post. Sorry, let me see. I think we, anyway. So that's it. So that's on the. So there's no difference, because it is still working that way. Another one you can also want to check is on the navbar, but this one is self-explanatory, whereby we are using also a URL with this, and then we are going to the root. So this is a URL for the index blog index page, and this is also part of the URL generation. Now, for a specific blog post, we can also have, for example, um, so for example, when you want to generate a URL for a specific blog post, you can have something like, for example, you can have this one slash post slash blog like this. For example, if you are going to a particular specific blog post. Now, another one you can have is, for example, the one that we defined with the route, remember? So let's go to the, remember there's one that we defined here. There's one that takes us to the route, this one here. Now this one here, of course, it takes us to the post.index, and of course you could have something on, actually this okay, this is the index, and of course this is there's a URL, that now that URL here on this part here is the one that is taking us to the post.index, since we took out that one. We took out That is this is the URL that is taking us to post.index. Now you can also have generating the URLs for a router with a named parameter, and for securing the HTTPS, and also for the trailing slash. Now, for example, the one for, let's come here, top here. So we can have this. So what we have here is URL, and then we have. So guys, you may want to go and check this more so that you can get to understand how we generate URLs. I believe it's not many people who show some of these things. Now look at this one here. What it's going to do is going to generate for us. Let's go to the index page and we reload this. You can see now this one is showing us the URL for a specific post. For example, this one is a specific, when we click this one, we go to a specific post. So this URL is for this part here. You can also have the URL for, so we also have the URL, for example, for secure URL, the one that we came up with. So we have secure URL. So secure URL, and then here what we have is we have at secure, and then we have the URL. Of course, what is going to happen here, remember on the controller, this is what we came up with. So we are telling it to take us to this slash post with a secure URL. And then when we reload this, basically it's going to take us. Now, when you copy this, it is now going to append this with the H, because remember, Google requires you to have an SSL for your website. And in this case, it is going to take you. So that means when a client clicks on your website, and you have kept this as a secure URL, it should be able to take you to this URL with this S sign. You can see the first one doesn't have, but the second one is having the S. So guys, you may want to learn more about URL generation by visiting this particular documentation. Get to know how they are used, and this is important. For example, some of them we have looked at, like for example, router with the named parameter, because they are all parts of URL. But you may want to check more on this to be able to understand what they do. So here I'm just giving you an intro, and so far we have been able to look at different URL generations. So guys, let's go to the next item, which should be now let's look at the session. Let's look at the session. Now the session is the one that I was able to come up with the the mode, that is the light or dark mode using session. So how was I able to achieve that? That's what we're going to look at now. So let's begin. Now, what I want you to do here, let me first take out this URL by going to the index. So we may not need them now. So let's just take them out. Okay, now let's look at session. And session in Laravel 10, session will store data that will persist across multiple requests. And this can be useful for a real-time blog whereby you may want to store users' preferences, for example, um, or other data that should be available through the user's session. So we have the user session and we're able to store data that can be passed. For example, you can have a particular code which is doing something which is replicated across multiple pages so that it does the same thing uh, everywhere. And one of them is easy one that we are going to start with is, for example, we can use the flash messages when when data has been recorded to a database. To flash is to show the person that that post has been created successfully. So far, when we go to our admin side on our post controller, you can see here what we have is what we have this, and then we have return redirect with your post has been created. So what we want to do here, we want to display this message to show the user that this post has been created successfully and is able to know. Now, for us to do that, we need to go back to the should be the create page. Now, the create page, I want us to write some code here. So we're going to have if session. So we're going to have if session is success. So this is what we are going to tell. So we're going to have the div close. So this div is a class. So we're going to have it as a class, and then you're going to alert. So this is so it's going to be a success message whereby we are going to store this under this session. Sorry, this is that way. So we're going to have this as session. Then here we are going to have this success like this. So basically we are informing the user that this has been created successfully, and we end there. So what is happening here is just we are just if the session is successful, we want to store this here and then inform the user that the post has been created successfully. So in your controller, so let's hit save there. So let's go to the post controller in the admin. So in the post controller here, we are going to have this just here. This is what we are going to have. So we are going to say store flash flash message in the session. So we have flash, and then here we're going to have your post has been sorry. So okay, your post has been created. Actually, you should have copied the one that we had before there, but this is okay. So your post has been created, and then return redirect. So we are still redirecting here. So we don't need with here like we had before. So we're going to say return redirect. Um, that is a return redirect route, and then this is the route with this particular. So what it's going to do is going to access the success, and then it's going to store this under this success here. And then now within that particular blade, it's going to display that message for us. So that's what we have in there. Okay, so for example, let's come and create a new post and let's see if this is working. For example, how to make a good uh, post, something like that. Okay, so let's use okay. So let's just have that one, and then okay. So we have that. So sorry. So yeah. So we went. Okay, we need to have this. I forgot, and I think some of you noticed. So what we need to have is within the index of the yeah, we need to have this also here. Actually, we don't even need this on the create. Actually, we don't need, or maybe we may need it. So let me just place it there. but we need it on here because here is where the posts are being recorded and as well. So this is what we have here. Actually, this is where we need to have. So let's create another one. So how to write an essay. Okay, so let's use that one and then some text here, some something like some code. Okay, so that's what we have, and then now you can see it has now been now this is what we're talking about, so that's what we have. Now this flash message is going to stay here until you reload this particular website like this. Now you may not want that for you to be reloading this each and every time. So that's why we're going to use Alpine JS to remove flash messages once they are already generated, and we can do that by using a simple code. And what we need to do here is we just need to come here and we just need to change some things. So what you're going to do, you're going to say if session here. So we're going to have this. And I've also done this in some tutorials. So I'm thinking, okay, let me just do this. So if it has the success message that we have, and the success message will now be in like that. So that's what we have. So if session has with this session is going to be that way. Now, if it has the success message here, we're going to have this div here, change some few things. You're going to change some few things on this div. So we're going to remove this. So we're going to have x data like this, and then is equals to show, and then true. So we have that, and then we have so it's going to show true, and then next we're going to have x in it is equals to set timeout like that, and then we're going to have show false. So we have the show true and then the show false. So the show false is going to be that one, whereby this is going to be going just to set a time. So now when it shows, when the timeout goes off, it is going to show that this it has expired and we need to go, that is after the given time has expired. So here it's going to go off after that time. This should be an arrow, then this should be equal like that. And then here we close this with like that. So it's going to show that way. And then here we're going to have another one, which is x show, which is equal to, so it is equal to show. And then here we're just going to give some classes. So that is to, so we're going to say class is equal to, we're going to give big. So let me just finish this part so that we don't do it. So guys, this is the part of the code so that we don't take much time. So this is the part of the code. So we have big red. This is the color that will be displayed as the background, and then we have some other stylings there which are part of the front end. But what you need to know, this is just, we are just having the timeout once it has the show true. Um, so we are saying the x data is equals to show true, and then we set the timeout once this time goes of it finishes, then it's going to show false, and then that is, in other words, it disappears. Now, since we are using this, we need to have the Alpine JS imported. So this is what we need to have. So what I have here, go to your app blade, place this just below here. So you need to have the Alpine JS CDN imported so that this one will work. And then the code is here where we want to display this. So that means, for example, now if I come here and create another post, how to create a website, and then let's have this computer there. Okay, so now this should be sorry, where did we have it? Okay, so this is oh, sorry, this is a message, should not be message. Sorry, this should not be message, this should be success, because that's the component that is storing this. Because when you go to the controller, and see, when you go to the controller here, we have the success is the one that is storing that particular session there. I don't know. Okay, so let's just create another one so that you may see what is happening. So just bear with me. So create how to create or how to write good post. Then we have the same image, some body text. Hope this is not going to have any issue now. So this is the one. I don't know what's happening. Where's the color? The color. Sorry, this why is this going this way? So we have this index. Actually, this is supposed to be red. It's supposed to be red. Okay, guys. So this is what we have. So this is what we have. So sorry. So this is just the color. So I've changed this color to big red so that you're able to see what is there. So this is what we have. So we have this. So I click create here, and then yeah, so this is what you need to have, and you can see after some seconds it disappears like that. So that's what I wanted you to understand. So that is the first form of session using Alpine JS. So the second one is changing the mood to light or dark theme using session. So that's another one. So another form now of a session is changing the theme on our website, and let's see this in our blog. So now we want to change this theme by the way I showed you on the demo, whereby we had the dark and the light. Of course, this is now light, so we also change this to dark mode. Remember, you can apply this on a different website that, of course, that is using Laravel and so forth. So now let's check. So the first way to do this, make sure the sessions are configured. So let's go to the .env, whereby we have our environmental variables. For example, when you want to set any application to use any dependency. So what you're going to have here, we are going to have a session. We are going to call it session. Okay, we are going to give it. We're going to set the session file to be equal to file like that, and then we save this like that. Now it's also here. We can also session driver. Then so you're going to set this. So we also have another one for the. And then now next part, once we have set this session driver to file, we are now let's go to our web.php. Now what I want us to do, so this, since this is a front-end route, we are going to set a route here. So we're going to have a route here, and then this route we're going to have the get function, the get HTTP request, and then here we're going to set theme like this, and then we have this. Uh, so we're going to have this parameter in there, and then we have the app. Okay, so we are going to a controller, of course, because we are going to create that function. Let me just copy this, then change this to set theme. So what you're going to have is set theme, and then we're going to have the named, going to give it a name, and this name is going to be set theme, that is set dot theme. Okay, so that's what we have, and it should be name. Okay, so we have it, so we are going to slash set theme, and then we access the theme, and then there we that is, it will take us to theme, of course, and then now we are able to set our theme. Now once we have set this, let's go to the controller, which should be the front end controller. So on the controller here, what we're going to do here, we are going to set something here. So we're going to have the public function, and then this public function is going to have, we're going to say set uh, the name in the session. Remember, we are illustrating the session, so we are going to set this theme in the session. So what session is that? So the session is this. So we have session into theme, that is, so theme is the one that we have made within our web.php. Then we are saying this theme, let it be equal to at theme, like that. Now, so we're going to return um, direct once the theme has been set. So redirect route, and then of course the post dot index should be there. Okay, so that's what we have. Sorry, this function set theme because that's what we set on our controller. And then inside here, we're going to have the theme like that. So that's what we have. So function set theme, we have the theme that we want to set. So set the theme in the session. And then once we set the theme in the session, since this is the keyword that we're going to set in the theme, we are going to return this once the theme has been set on our browser, whereby the user is changing the mood. So next is we want now to, the same way we just we did on this, on the, on where, so when you go to index for the admin, remember we were able to set the session to success, that is success, and that's the storage part of us, of our this particular led. So we are going to do the same thing. So we are going to go to the front end layout. Remember that we have the front end layout. Now in the front end layout, what we're going to do here, let's come. Um, so this is what we'll be doing. So here is where we need to set. So within the head, we are going to have at if. So if, and then we are going to ask for session. And then the session, of course, we have set it in the theme. So we are going to access the theme, and it's already even here being identified. So here we are going to set this, and then we are going to set this one with the three dash signs. So we are going to set this one to be equal to dark. And then here we're going to have a link. So this link is going to be okay. So this is just link relation and then the style sheet. So here, let me just now once we have identified that we are storing our session within this theme, whereby we are giving it to be dark, or else it's going to give us the light mode. So let me just copy this part. So this is what basically we are going to have within. So we are going to say if session theme is equals to dark. So we are going to have it is going to this page here, or else it will take us to this page here, where we have the light theme.css and the dark theme.css. So we're going to have those two files, and it's very easy to do this. It's very easy. Now, once that is done, let's go to our navbar. In our navbar, we need to update some few things. We need to add the class for navigating. Remember on the demo, I showed you the, the navigation. That is whereby we are able to navigate between the two items. So just below where we have the blog, you can just add your navigation. So that's sorry. So that's what we have. So here you can just add a particular button that will enable us to navigate. And of course, we can just have this class nav item. We are going to use the same, but here we are going to change this to, it's not going to be an anchor tag, but we're going to change this to button, and then button, then ID, like that. And then the ID, of course, this is equal to theme. It's going to be theme. We're just giving it a class theme toggle, like that. And then there's a class, and the class is going to be nav link. And then this one else, we're going to remove this. So this is going to be switch theme, like that. And then this is going to end with button, like that. So there's something missing here. So we have ID. The ID is equals to the, the button ID is equals to this, and then the class is nav link, and then the theme, and then the button, like that. So that is the first part. So once this one, now this one is able to switch between the two themes. So we're going to have the button which will allow us to switch between the dark and the dark, the light and the dark. This is what we have here. So let me just copy this part. So after the button, what we're going to have is this. We're going to have this part of the code. Of course, I'm going to now this part of the code, what it does very easy. We have just used the same CSS styling for this nav bar because it has the nav item, then the nav link. Now we have set this route to set.theme. Set.theme is on here. So I want you to look at this. So web.php, you can see here we have the named route here, which is the set.theme here that we named. So we are going to this route, which is taking us to this controller, that is the function set theme. So basically that's what we have in there. So let's go back again to the navbar. So we have this, so it takes us to the set.theme and then light. It is able to access light because remember on our front end layout blade, that's what we set. So it will take us to this one and then either of the two, so that it allows us, because we have the theme toggle, we are able to toggle between these two buttons, and that's what you get there. So now, before even we have defined the theme toggle, but we need a JavaScript to enable us to toggle between these two buttons, because remember, this is not enough. We need something. Once you click, it takes you either to light or dark mode. Now to do that, I have the JavaScript here. When I go to this navbar here, remember this is just front end, and we are not looking at front end. So adding the theme to our website, here is where we are defining a constant whereby we are using a document query selector to get the theme toggle, because it's the one that we have defined here. Is the ID here. Now once it gets this, it is able now to toggle. It will allow us to toggle between by going to the asset dark-theme.css. You are going to create this one in a few, or it is going to take you to the light.theme.css. So this one is just to enable you to navigate between the two items there. So I'm going to copy this, and then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to paste it just down here, and then I save this. So this one will allow us to toggle between the two places. Now, since we have our asset, which is going to the, remember on the front end layout, you can see here we have this. So we need to create this, and of course to create this one, we need to go to the public. So let's access the public here. So the public is going to be, it is this one here, where we have the all.css. This should be the one that we need to create. So here I'm going to create the first one, which is dark, just the way they are, dark theme.css. And then the next one I'm going to create is the light theme.css. So make sure you have those two and the path is correct. Now this one, they also have the code for the dark mode. This code applies, this is the CSS for the dark mode. So I have it here. So I'm going to copy and paste it there. The next one here is for the, okay, let's access the light theme. So the light theme is this one. So you can save that one, and then we also have this like that. So we have those two set in that way, so that now we are able to access them in that way. Now you can now switch the themes between the two websites by navigating between the two. So let's check this if all went well. So we reload this. Sorry, we have I think we are having, sorry, let me see this. Let's go to our navbar. So I think we added some unwanted. Okay, now this code actually it is not necessary, because we are able to switch between the two the two buttons. So actually we don't need it. That's why it was even disabled in the first place. But now this one is initially what I had before coming up with this. So I had this one and I had this one. Because this one is able to toggle for us between this one and this one, so we don't need these two. So I will still leave the code for you there, so you may still, if you need it, in case you need it, it will be there. Now this one, let's remove this one because we also don't need it. And then we're going to have this. So let's see if this is working. This one is not working so far. Should be able to switch between the two themes. Let me reload this again. Okay, so this is switch. This switch is, so let's just check on the front end layout. So guys, look at here. We hear this should be here. Don't know if somebody has noticed that, because this JavaScript needs to access the theme tag here. So this should be there, and I think that's the only part that we have. So when I toggle this one, you can see now it's able to toggle between the the dark, and that is the dark, the white, and the that is the dark and the light. So even here it is able to, to do this. Okay, guys. So this is what this is about, the dark and light using sessions. Okay, so in case somebody has not understood, you can comment there, and then I'll be able to comment the same. So that's how you can use session in PHP with the Laravel. Now the other one is error handling, and this one is very awesome. I found it very good, especially when I implemented it in my application. Now with error handling, to implement error handling in your Laravel blog, you can follow the following steps. Let's say, for example, somebody comes to your website and he searches for different products within your website. So what you may want to do, you want him to be taken to a particular page, so that if that item is not found, at least that error, or for example, let's say he types something which is not supposed to be, he's taken to a page which handles that particular error. So, so that's what we're going to be looking at here in error handling. In error handling, we'll do this. So we want to create custom error pages. So that is what we are going to start, like the 404, which means not found, 500, which means internal server error, and so forth. So let's begin there. So the first part is, let's create these two files. So we are going to create the first one, which is the 404, for example, which means, for example, something has not been found. And the 500, I'm going to leave you that one for you to create. So I'll create only one. So let's go to the resources. So here, I want you to follow this closely. If you have any question, please comment it in the comment section below. So let's go to resources and let's go to views. Now within the views here, we have an error page that we can create. In other words, we are going to create a folder, and then we're going to name it as errors. And then inside that folder, because it is resources view errors, you're going to give a folder name. So you're going to give it 44, sorry, not dot php, 44.bled.php. So that's what we have. So this one is going to handle for us the errors that are associated with the 404. That is, which means basically means the page not found. So let me see if I have this front end code. So this is the page, the one that handles that will the particular user will be taken in case the item or whatever is trying to do in a website is not found. So I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to paste it like that. Now on this one here, since it is a blend template, I'm going to have the front end, the front the X, sorry, the X, X layout. So down here, I'm going to have the same. I believe you know what basically this means. So you should have understood by now. Now, once we have this set, the next part is to undo this particular error here. Now, for us to undo this error, what you're going to do here is you're going to add what we call an exception to undo this particular file here. Now, so we have 404.play.php. So let's go to app.index. So let's go to handler. Let's go to a file called handler.php, which is exists within app exceptions. So we are going to this part here like this. And then within this part here, inside the report method within this particular file here, you can log exceptions or send them to an external service. So by default, the base class of this report method will do this for you. So for example, so you need to come here, and then here we'll need to create a report which is going to handle, of course, the exception for us. So this is what you're going to come up with. So I want you to come here and then create this public function file. And then you're going to have this throwable. And then we have exception like this. Now inside here, we are going to have something we call parent. And then this is going to report, you're going to report the exception by doing this. So this is what I'm talking about. So here we'll have something like that. So this is what this is able to do. So it's going to throw the exception and then it is going to be reported. Now, inside the render method, you can customize still on the same file. So what we can do here, we can customize the under the handler, of course. So we are going to handle now, we are going to make a new function, which is a render method, which is going to handle the particular files that we want to handle within this particular application. So here we're going to have a public function, and then you're going to have the render. And then here we're going to have requests. So we want to request so we have this throwable. Then we have the exception. And here we're going to say if exception instance of not found, so it should be not found HTTP exception, not found HTTP exception, then return. So we're going to return that error page that we created. So here we're going to have this. So we'll have return response, and then going to have view, which should be now the one that you created, which is under inside the errors. We have the 404. So we have errors dot 404, and we'll have this like this, and then so basically here we have the 404 like that, and then we are able to return this particular page. So the error 404, and then this array and then returns the 4 that we have. Now here you can add more exception as you want to. Example here, let me write add exception and then cases here if needed. So you can add more if you need to. Here we're going to have return parent, and then here we have render, going to have request, then you're going to have exception, like that. So that's what we have there. So we're going to return the parent, render the request, and then the exception. Remember, we created the report. Within the report method, we are able to return the report the exception, and then here we now access the particular file that has that. For example, if the person can be the person we can't see the whatever the person is looking for can be seen, so it will now be returned to this particular page. So that's what we have so far there. So we can check if this is working. We can check if this is working. We have our 4 page, and then we have the handler, and then now this is what we have been able to create within the report and the render uh, method. Now let's check this. So now what will happen here? So for example, you come here and you're looking for, let's say you type 4, and 4 of course is not there. So you can see you now be returned to this particular page, which is this one here. And if of course I've kept a return on, for example, if it's not found, you can just come back to the return home. And I'm sure you have seen this in many websites. You are trying to look for something which is not there, so a page which doesn't exist, so you just return back again. So you can just check this again and you can see this is what you are returned. All right, guys, so the last thing, I know this tutorial has been long, but if you have been able to reach up to this end, the last item here is login. There's more on error handling, but that is one of the best examples I could come up with. Now on login, this one helps you in handling. It is handled in the monologue library, which provides support for various log handlers. So the Laravel will makes it easy for you to configure the login into your application. So through the config, so now we are looking at login. So through the config slash login. So this is the one. So this is the part that deals with login, and you can see we have different channels, drivers, and so forth. So here you are able to configure the different channels and so forth, and you can add more channels as you need. For example, when you want to log any errors within your application. So what kind of these errors are these that you may want to log in? You may want to log. So one of them could be, let's go to the post controller. Within the post controller here, you can see here is where we generated this Laravel URL generation. Now you can have things such as, for example, uh, so I want to do what? Let's see. Okay, so this one I'm just going to show you in a nutshell, but there's not much I'm going to do here. So what you may have here is something like this. For example, you may have a try, and then you have try, and then you have within that try, you have this. So let's say this is what you want to log and then you have a catch like this. So within the catch you have this, and then you have was the exception that you want to handle. So we have this exception. Now within the exception, I'm going to use the log within Laravel. So in case the posts are not found within your database, this is what you're going to tell the user. The user will be able to know what is happening. So we have post controller at index, and then we have error while fetching posts. So that's what we have. So there's an error while fetching this post, and you can see here we have the get message. Get message for that will be logged in case, that is of course when we don't find any um, post. So here we're going to have return. So we're going to have return view, then we'll have post.index. So here we're going to have with errors like this, and then you're going to have message. Here what you're going to have is going to have error fetching posts like that, or else if there is no any error, you're going to have return view. So we are going to have return view posts index, then of course the compact, which of course is the one that we had. That's what we have. Now this is just what I've done here. I've sorry, and then this needs to be end it that. So it's not happening. Expected try. So we have try posts paginate, and then we are returning this. Oh, sorry. Now there's this part here. We can first return this posts in this way, and then once we do that, if there's any error that comes here, for example, any error while we want to, that is, it's unable to read the posts that are within this particular website, then it will be logged within this. So let me check what is happening. Okay, here we just forgetting this. Actually, we need to have this because remember this. Actually, this error is for this part here. It's just for the index. But since I did not want to interfere with this code, I just came up with another one here. But it just returned. So hope there's no confusion at all because we have in this public function. This is should be this way. With errors, I think with the errors, I don't know if this class needs to be imported. So we need to import this one as well. It's identifying this one as well, so we can disable this one. Save for now. Okay, now this is the same as this, only that this one is using the URL generation just to show you, but this one now basically you change that code to this so that if, for example, the user can't find post, while that is the post can be fetched. This is what to return the view with error fetch in post. And this of course can also be done using an API and so forth. I believe some of you might have done this, but this is how the login happens within Laravel. If for example there's no post within your database, then this is what will be logged out here. So actually you can just write this simple code and you can check within your application and you'll be able to find out that this, of course, you can change this by adding the try and catch to be able, and then you use the log error to log, for example, if there is error between when you are fetching post or, for example, whichever application that you are trying to create. So let me just disable all this because I'm using this one so far. So let me just have this, and we also need to have set like that. Okay, guys, so this is the last part of this tutorial. I don't believe there's anything else. I'm sure this might have been a long video, but I wanted to lay out this Laravel basics. They are very important. And if you have followed keenly, I'm sure you are able to understand most of the things. I also have my website here, that is a web dev trainee. I've also written the same tutorial on my website. So you may also want to come and check it out. So I've done the same tutorial here. So Laravel 10 crash course. In case there's code that you have not understood, everything is written out well here. So you may just come and copy and paste whichever place that you want to, or you can also read to understand any place. So guys, please like this video, subscribe to this channel, and share this tutorial with also your friends. And let's meet in the next tutorial.